How's it going, y'all? Hope you guys are enjoying the music. And I'm sorry for the terrible background noise with my mic. Let's get started with this. There we go. How are you all doing tonight? Or this afternoon, whatever time zone you are in. I'm going to turn off feedback. It's kind of annoying at this point. I think I kind of got used to it without the feedback. There we go. Let me know how the audio levels are. Thanks for all the new follows. No Legend, Driven Tonder, and Driven Tonder. Is that how you say the name? And Dominus Kelvin, of course. Great to have all of you here. You guys have no idea how amazing it is to have 10 viewers on like one of my very first streams. Like this is probably my third or fourth live stream ever. Morning, 6:45 a.m. in India. Good morning. Ejective Allison, thank you. Good to know. AJC, what's up? Aoden, hey. Aoden, I still don't know how to say your name correctly. I'm sorry. What's up, Dom? What's up, Nox? Alright, so we're doing Serverlesspresso today. I guess I should have gotten some sort of caffeine in me. It's a little, I guess, annoying. It's like Aiden. Okay, Aiden. Perfect. What's up? Let's make another Twitter post about this. Let's make a tweet. Oh, you're here for the EDA? Nice. I think I can share my screen for this one. Yeah. I'm just going to quote tweet this. Live now on twitch.tv Girl09, and I'm going to have to copy the YouTube links from somewhere. I'll just go to my channel real quick, grab this link. There we go. I always remove the feature equals share from the last because it makes the link looks pretty. Tweet. Oh, where did my tweet go? There we go. I'm going to do what Theo does and copy this tweet into the chat so that you guys can go and engage with it, blow it up a bit. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Anything fun happening? I think I can tilt my camera a bit like that. There we go. Too much? I just saw how to blow up a pipeline. What kind of pipeline? And what kind of a blow up? There's a lot of different kinds of pipelines. Oh, it's a film. Ooh. How to blow up a pipeline. What is that film? Should I look it up? How to blow up a pipeline. It's a thriller drama. Okay. By environmentalists, that makes sense. Interesting. What's the cast like? I think I know some of these people. I think I know her from somewhere. Don't remember where. It's pretty nice. Climate crisis, yeah, it's lots of movies, lots of new artists are now, or I guess not now. Yeah, I think I generally enjoy movies, songs, shows, anything that like kind of touches on climate. Gojira is one of my favorite heavy metal bands, and they talk a lot about like how we're destroying the environment and everything in their songs, which is amazing. Gojira is tight, yeah. Alright, let's get started with this. Don't want to stall for too long. So this is, I made this on my stream like last week about some of my plans with the Serverlesspresso thing. The Serverlesspresso idea is from AWS. They built this application as kind of a way to showcase how you can build a like fully serverless production ready application. They had it at reInvent where it has like hundreds of orders, and yeah, it was pretty nice. It's a pretty nice way to showcase how you can build event-driven architectures, how you can have like orchestration, choreography entirely serverless with AWS technologies. But our goal is slightly different. Our goal is to just test the developer experience of these different tools. We're starting with Ampt. Most of these are like kind of infra from code. Architect and SST are infrastructure as code. So there's like a good mix of the two here. And while we're at that, we can also compare between a bunch of different front-end stuff. So we're going to start with Nextjs today. And we might have other implementations later. Really, the focus is this and not this, but it's also a good approach to compare these as well in the future if we come to it. So let's start. I have a Serverlesspresso. I don't have a folder for it. I might have to do that at some point. So let's figure out what the architecture is going to be like. We can start with some good old-fashioned event storming, which I have a whole video on event storming, by the way. Or not just one video, I have multiple videos. Do I? I think I only have two so far. Yeah, I have 2 parts. I really need to start making more of these. I have part 1 and part 2. That my videos kind of like stopped blowing up after this one, because I think like these 3 videos are kind of for a very low audience. So I think I kind of got dropped out of the algorithm after this one, especially with these 3 videos, and then I took way too long to publish anything new. So I really have to get back on the grind as soon as I graduate out of here. But we can start with some good old-fashioned event storming here. Let's make it an orange sticky, as is tradition. And let's note down some basic ideas. The algo is punishing you for not complying with its schedule. Pretty much, yeah, I think so. I'm gonna zoom in a bit here for the stream, and we can start noting down some details that are important. I'm going to turn the music down a bit. Alright, so this is a coffee ordering app. We have a customer facing application. Customer facing application, let's make it a heading. This is where, now I think AWS Serverlesspresso had like a QR code thing. I don't think I'm gonna build that for now. We might add that at a later point. but the customer facing application is just something you would use to place the order, and then track order status. Of course, you might receive notifications. I'll just put notifications here. I think that's pretty much it. The second thing we have is the barista app, and the barista app would be receiving the orders, and once they receive the order, they can set, or they can like change order status. So they can set it to ready for pickup, and then once it's picked up, they'll change it to picked up. So for now, it's a pretty simple workflow. We might add more things here later, because this is a little too simple to be a good level of comparison between all the tools. So we'll definitely have to add some more. I think we might as well do it here. Is it close store? Open and close store. So you can set that the store is now closed. You cannot order anymore. And in the morning, you can set it to open. Cool. So let's start with our events here. We obviously have the first one, that's store opened, that the barista is going to come here and set. By the way, how much do you guys know about event storming? The thing that I'm going to do here, because that will, if there isn't a lot of like event storming related knowledge here, I might have to explain that as I go. Basically nothing. Okay, so event storming is basically a way to model some sort of a process that you might want to implement in software, any kind of like automation or any system really. It's used heavily in like line of business applications. I talked about it on my videos. It's a great way to figure out a workflow for how you would want to develop your applications, how you want to architect your applications. And the basic premise is that you start with events. So these are events that are relevant to the system that we're building, the business that the system is serving, or the domain that the business is serving. And these are factual things. So these are things that happened in the past that someone might have to react to. We'll have to go watch your vids. Yeah, of course. Event storming is a collaborative modeling brainstorming technique used primarily in the domain of software development, specifically for designing and understanding complex business processes and systems. Yes. It was created by Alberto Brandolini, yeah, and has become popular in the world of DDD. Yes, exactly. So you see why I am using event storming, because I'm a big fan of domain-driven design. So once the store is opened, a customer can go in and place an order. Once the order is placed, the order will be received by the barista, and then they can start preparing the order. Once it is prepared, you can say order ready for pickup, and then finally, let me switch this to canvas only. Once it's ready for pickup, you can go up to the store and you can pick it up, and then the barista will change the status to order pick up. Oops, I cannot spell. Why do I have an R there? Order picked up, and then at some point the store will be closed. This is our happy path that we can get started with. You're still in talk shows and podcast. Oh, okay. Let me change this to software development. Thank you for letting me know very much. I would very much like to be in the correct category. Crypto boy, what's up? I might need to refresh. I think it should update automatically, but oops, I think I accidentally pinned something. How do I unpin this? There we go. I've accidentally pinned so many messages. Not in my chat, but in Theo's chat, because I'm a mod in there, and sometimes I go to messages to try to maybe delete it or something, and I accidentally just pin it. Twitch is still like a little new to me. Yeah. What are we doing today? We are building Serverlesspresso. Serverlesspresso is a coffee ordering application that's completely built on serverless technologies. First introduced by AWS to showcase how you can use their AWS serverless ecosystem to build a production grade application. But now we are using it to compare between non-AWS tools. I should turn down my notifications. Thank you. All right. So this is our happy path. We might at any point the customer can go and cancel the order. What else can happen? What else can happen in a coffee shop? Can you link to the original? Just literally look up Serverlesspresso on Google or on YouTube, whatever. There's like 20 different YouTube videos on conference talks about it. I don't think there's a specific link for it. But if I do this, let's see. This is the serverless land article. I think this should be a good resource, so I'm going to link this one. Are you looking for a job right now, or are you freelancing? Neither. I have a job that I just haven't started yet because I'm focusing on graduating from college. Oh, this is also a good one. AWS samples. This one is, yeah, they have everything in here as well. I'm also going to post this. I'm not freelancing and I'm not looking for a job. Yeah, my job is starting next month. Where do you study, and is it computer science? It is information technology, so pretty close to computer science. There's some key differences in like what the curriculum is about, where you would apply your learnings, but it's kind of the same thing. And I am studying at University of Cincinnati, right here, which has a very slow website. Yeah, and I'm graduating this month, basically. Congrats on the job. Thank you very much. All right, what else can happen in a coffee shop? Come on, someone say something. You can cancel an order. The barista can cancel an order. What would the barista cancel an order for? Like in ingredients not available, something like that. Okay, so let's oh, this is not an event. Order canceled. That's an event. We aren't talking about commands yet. So we might as well start adding commands here. So, okay, this is like the initial iteration of what you would do in event storming, which is just come up with all the events that you can think of. Someone could be murdered in a coffee shop. Yeah, a lot of things can happen in a coffee shop if it's in the United States. All right. What else? Yeah, so this is like a very initial, this is like the first iteration of what your event storming thing might look like, where you just have all the events that you can think of, you put them up there, and then you start grouping them together in like some sort of a logical thing. So like store opened and store closed can be grouped together. I'm going to make a box like that. Transparent. Let's make it, oh, transparent. Yeah, let's just call this the store. Actually, I'm going to skip this for now. I'm going to just put all of these here because we don't have enough events to start grouping them into bounded contexts. Everything here has pretty much the same meaning. We put things in like bounded contexts, or bounded contexts are basically what I was trying to do here, where I put 2 or more events in a specific category. And you would need to do that if, I guess it's a long list of things. It's like really hard to understand what bounded contexts are. So I'll probably do that when I get to it. Right now we don't need to. The thing that I do want to add are commands or actions. So these are things that some user of the system is going to do. So open store. This is a command. This is a command that some user or some external system will give to some our internal system, and then the system would react by emitting an event. So open store is an action, or it's a command that the barista will send, and that will open the store. Once the store is opened, a user or a customer can come in and order placed, and the customer will say place order. They will place a specific order, and that will emit this event here. For most part, it's like pretty one-to-one, because we have a very basic flow here. As it gets complex, it gets a lot more interesting. So cancel order. We have prepare order. We're just going to call that for now. Actually, we should probably change this to coffee. This currently this is very agnostic to a coffee solution. Like this can be pretty much like picked up and applied to a restaurant as well. So that's a good thing. But ideally, you would want to keep these names as close to your domain as possible. So I might have to say like coffee order placed, but I'm just going to go with order placed for now. Prepare order. We might give this a different name later. This is simply close store. Let's move it across. And we have pick up order. What if I want tea? Well, then you shouldn't go to a coffee shop. I can spill my coffee and can become a mess. Yeah. The coffee shop doesn't really care if you spill your coffee and become a mess, unfortunately. All right. What else do we have? We have views that we might want to add. Let's make this green. So views or read models. Some people call them read models. These are just things that someone would see on a screen, on an application, or it's just like a piece of data that you'll see from the system. So this one is, let's call it the store. And views are required, or like views would be used when making an action. So for example, thanks for the follow, Forza11879. Great to have you here. So this is something that, like, when you're placing an order, you would have to look at the store. You would have to see what the available options are. You would have to see if the store is even open or not, which means this view gets updated by this event. So when the store opens, it'll update this view. It'll say that, okay, the store is now open. So when you go and place the order, you can see that the store is open now, and you can actually place that order. We also have a view for the barista here. This is going to be the order itself. Oops. Let's call it, we'll just call it order for now. The names are flexible. The main point is that the idea behind what a certain sticky or what a certain box is supposed to represent, that should be clear. So once the order is placed, the barista should be able to see the order and prepare it. And once it's ready for pickup, we have basically the same view here, or I guess it's a different view. This is for the, actually not yet. When it's ready for pickup, you can go and pick it up, which means you should be able to know, you should be able to see if it's ready for pickup or not. I'm going to put this right here, and store closed changes the same store view. So when the store is closed, this view is going to get updated, and when you're going to place an order, you'll notice that, okay, the store is closed, so you cannot place the order anymore. You're good at a whiteboarding process. I bet I would bet a video tutorial on how to color and organize your present plan ideas visually would get a lot of traction and you would have a lot of good advice. So, Adjective Allison, I have good news for you. I have 2 videos about this exact same thing. Event Storming Part 1, Event Storming Part 2. It's 14 minutes and 17 minutes, and there's like 3 more videos in this specific topic. So if you're interested in this whiteboarding and this event storming process, go and watch these videos. It's going to help you with whiteboarding, with event storming, and with domain-driven design all at once. Because everything I'm doing here is just out of event storming. It's like these are not some special colors or methods or like what do you say? Denotation? No. I don't know. This is not some special format of whiteboarding that I'm using. This is just event storming, which I might be doing terribly, but I'm trying to at least. I'm not an expert. 3:40 a.m. and you online. Yeah, it's only 9:40 p.m. for me. It's not 3:40 a.m. It's 3:40 a.m. for you, I guess. Where is latte? Latte, we don't have it yet. For now, we're just focusing on espresso. Alright, so when an order is cancelled, the customer should be able to see it so that they don't have to pick it up anymore. And they can file any complaints or anything. Yeah, and so who is cancelling the order? The customer can cancel the order if they want to, which means they will also look at this one, the status here. Actually, let's move this up here and let's have another arrow like that. So when you place an order, this is the one for the barista application where they can look at that, they can prepare the order and then mark it ready. This is the one for the customer. So that also needs to get updated as soon as they place the order so that they can see those details. And when it's ready for pickup or when it's cancelled, that view will get updated for them and they can do whatever else. They can pick it up, or I guess there's nothing else here. Just like that. Let's move it across a bit so that they're distinct. Alright. Anything else? I think we have pretty much everything connected now. Oh, let's add our roles, of course. I don't have libraries here like Excalibur, so I might have to just make a new sticky for the roles. We have the barista. Let's make it smaller. And we have the customer. Alright. The barista is responsible for this action. So this is where we describe what role or what class of our user, what user role is responsible for which action. So for example, customer is placing the order, barista is preparing the order, and the customer will pick it up. The barista can cancel it, or the customer can also cancel it. So barista can cancel it if they're out of certain ingredients, or customer can cancel it just whenever they want, right? Alright, how does this look? What do you guys feel about this? Do you think we can build this? Oh, I should zoom it out. There we go. You think we can build this? Let me pull up my VS Code. Not that one. I need a new window. I'll create a new project here first. cd ... Let's make a new directory, Serverlesspresso, and open in here. There we go. All right. So the plan is to have a backend and the front end that are clearly separated because we want to switch out the implementation of both. It's me. I don't want to bother with like setting up a monorepo at this point, so I'll just like have separate folders and manage them separately. So we have the backend Shane codes. How's it going? We have our backend and the front end, and we are right now trying out Ampt and Nextjs, specifically Nextjs 13, because why not? Mono. Let's see. So should we start with the front end or should we start with the back end? What do you guys think? What should we start with? Let's pull up the docs for both of them. Nextjs, I want the beta Nextjs 13. Front first. Always like to start with the front because I don't know it. Alright, so I guess we're doing the front end first. How do I find the docs for the latest one for Nextjs 13? Is it beta.nextjs? Nextjs beta docs. Oh, not nest. Next. We're not building monoliths anymore. We're not using nest anymore. Alright, so getting started. Come on, give me an npm install or whatever. There we go. Experimental lab, that's the one we need. We are going to cd into our folder here. Actually, I need to delete this one and go back. Oh, I would put me in temp because I deleted the folder I was in. Yeah, that's probably right. Alright, so we do it here. Install that. What's my project called? I'm just going to call it Nextjs because that's going to name the folder. Yes, I want to use TypeScript. Sure, yes, lint, tailwind, yes. Would you like to use the src directory? Yeah, sure. Import alias, sure. Alright, let's go. Scott, how's it going? Not using Create T3 app? No, I'm not, because my backend is going to be in a different, like entirely different tool and an entirely different repository. So I don't really need TRPC and Prisma and everything. Also, Create T3 app only works with the pages folder, the pages router, not the app router. And I also want to experiment with React Server components a bit. Actually, I don't need to open a new window here. We'll just do it right here. All right. Let's start this page. Didn't know that. Literal garbage. What do you mean literal garbage? What are you calling literal garbage? What are you doing, bruh? I should probably like have this as a command in the chat. We are building Serverlesspresso. T3 just dogging Theo. Also, I should probably move myself down so that the folders are visible. Alright, cool. I thought it was a meme word, Serverlesspresso. It's not, it's a real project that AWS built. It's an online cafe shop. Oh, npm run dev is not a thing because I'm in the wrong folder. There we go. So what does the starting app look like? Let's see. Yeah, it's an it's an online cafe kind of thing, or at least it's it's just an app for a cafe. It's not an online cafe. I should get rid of that. It's a application to order coffee from a cafe. So you have your it's a fake app premise kind of, yeah. Except that AWS actually used it as a real application. They had a coffee booth at reInvent that you could go and pick up your coffee from. Alright, we are here. So we have the page. Awesome. Going to get rid of that for now. And I think I'm just going to get rid of most of these things here. It's a lot of colors. Let's save it, see what it looks like. Completely black. Alright. So what do we want? We want order coffee. So let's actually do just a little bit of prototyping. So let's come down here. We have our screen. You should be able to see welcome to the Serverlesspresso cafe. Let's put it here as like a heading. Center it, and then this is our product. First time trying Next13. Not really. I've played around with it a little bit, but this is my first time like actually trying to build a full project with it. Broken Procedure, thanks for the follow. Brian Swillow, thanks for the follow. Great to have you guys here. I need to make this smaller. Shane Codes, also thanks for the follow. Let's make it 60. Okay. So we can have our espresso here. Let's put it to the side. And let's have an image. A beautiful image of what the espresso looks like. To get all the fluids going in your system, in your digestive system. Group this. We can have, let's say, a price here. $10. $10 is probably too much for is it too much for a cup of espresso? I don't know. I usually just make espresso at home. Oh, it makes everything small. I don't want that. I guess I'll have to make this like 2 separate text boxes. Espresso. Put this here. That's expensive, maybe like $5. Okay. So let's make this $5. I'm not going to do any payment stuff. It's just there for vanity. Alright, so you can tap on this maybe, let's say. And when you tap on this, you might be asked like to confirm your order, I guess, something like that. We are not gonna, we can have anonymous user, so you don't need to log in for now. And when you tap that, it might ask you for a confirmation. Oh, cup size, that's a good one, yeah. So when you tap on it, it can present you with cup sizes. Oops, oh, it's grouped like that, maybe. Oh, 3 cup sizes, okay. 16 ounces for an espresso? God damn. I don't think espresso has like cup sizes. It's just a single shot or a double shot. And usually it's just double shot. So yeah, I am. Yeah, those the cup sizes are for like drinks. For now, we only have one product. So once we add more products into this, we'll have cup sizes. I'm thinking about, do we want to really do like anonymous users? Like if you don't have, or do we want you to log in first? I don't know what espresso. So espresso is just like a shot of very concentrated coffee that's made under pressure. You take espresso and then you add like milk and everything on top of it to what's it called, to make other drinks like latte, cappuccino. You would make all these by adding foam or milk on top of an espresso shot. Sandeep, thanks for the follow. Sodium Overdose, thanks for the follow. It's great to have you guys here. Alright, do we have... Yeah, I think we're fine with anonymous users for now. So let's go here, let's start building this out. We have our heading. Welcome to the Serverlesspresso Cafe. And then let's make it larger. 2XL. Slightly bigger. Alright. And then we have our... I should just use Ampt. How big do we want it? Okay, Ampt doesn't work because we have, or we need class autocomplete. So this is width. How much width can we add? Let's make it 60. And we're gonna have our espresso. Oops. And we have our $5. Why is it down there? Oh, it's because it's justify between. There we go. And we can add some margin top here. Actually, no. We should add a gap here. So let's make a gap of 10, I guess. Yeah, that's good. We need a picture of espresso. I think this is a good picture. Let's save this. I'll just copy the image address for now, and I'll use a regular image tag. Why is my caps lock on? Try coffee, strong coffee with cream. Got it. Yeah. Tiny coffee, strong coffee with cream. Pretty much, yeah. You missed a 5 at the end of your username. Oh, smart coder 5, yeah. The SRC is this. There we go. Alt coffee, espresso. And this is going to be a flex box. We have our image and then we have our text. Next yells about alt tag. Yeah, it does. The alt attribute, yes. But only for here it's yelling about using the image tag, using the img built-in tag instead of the next image tag, which I don't care too much about. Playboy Marley, also thanks for the follow. So many people here, damn. I'm just going to do that. That's not how you make a comment. Come on. There we go. Alright, let's... Is this big enough? Let's make it... Oh, wait, where is the background? Can we do red? Come on, show me the background. Why is it not showing me the background? What about border? Right. Huh. I guess the width 60 is not enough. I should give this a width, small width. Too much. Let's make it 100. 200. There we go. We can make it. Come on. I joined and everyone follows. Yes, Scott. You join and then everyone starts following. They're here for you, not for me. Let's make this rounded. 100 full. We can make this slightly rounded as well. Rounded as sim. And should give this a proper width. I'll deal with that later. So let's give this flex. How do you put stuff in the middle? Middle, line middle. Does that work? That does not work. I can get rid of these for now. Item center. I want to put them vertically in the center. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's still very hard for me to center something on a web page. Like, no joke. I want it to be bigger. Let's put it in a span. Saw a hilarious meme the other day on trying to center with flex and grid is not simple. Yeah. Well, looks like Tailwind has made it simple, so props to them. Let's make this text to Excel. And let's put one here. So I can get rid of the BR and make this make all these P. Oh, because it's flex, never mind. I need the BR. Does the BR not work? Is it because it's flex now? Can I remove the flex? I cannot. Why is the line break not working? Alright, I guess that's not going to work. Can we make it flex? Flex row? Make it flex direction column. Oh, flex column instead of flex row. Yeah. Flex call. There we go. Well, now item center is not working. Now do we need... Now we need a different property, I'm assuming. Justify center. There we go. So we can get rid of item center? Yeah. No, we cannot. Let's make it a dot zeros 0. Or actually, I know. Let's make it 499. Let's be sophisticated about it. Because why not? I also want lots and lots of padding here. Let's go with 10. Cool. I think this is still a little too big. 150 should be perfect. Alright. And this has to be a button. So we actually need to give it some background. Let's make it brown. Do you guys have brown here? Brown, no brown. It's a different color. Oh, amber. There we go. What happened here? Why did that get messed up? You know, all I did was add the background. Huh. Can I refresh? Because it's a button. Can I make it block? I guess this needs to be a diff for now. We'll just say goodbye to accessibility. Let's make it 120 and add some margin around it. That's rounded. Cool. Alright, that's our espresso. Cool. Now this needs to be smaller. Alright, so you should be able to click on this, which means there should be a cursor pointer. There we go. And let's also hover. This is one of my favorite tricks. Add a slight scale on hover. There we go. And you can also make it give it a transition. Cool. Item center on the button should work. Cool. Alright, so when you click on this, for now this is a server component, which means we cannot do event handlers. That means we're going to need to put this in a client component somewhere. So let's this is our API. I don't want to touch the API yet. Let's make a folder in here, customer, and we'll put this inside the customer app. Let's make our ordering.tsx. I am terrible with naming. Currently I am not giving a lot of care about. Please round the edges to 5 to 10 pixels. Is that giving you some sort of an what? Is there something special about what 5 to 10 pixels? I just put rounded. I guess I can do what, 10 pixel like that. Does that look better? Oh, rounded MD. That's less than 10 pixels. I can just do rounded LG, right? Let's see, what options do I have in rounded? I have quite a bit. 3XL. There. We can go 2XL. That looks good. We'll stick to 2XL. I think that might be like 10-15 pixels or something. I do need to take all of this and put it in my client component right here. That's how you do it, right? Or is there a dash in between? Or is it that? Let's see. Client, server and client components. Yeah, use client. Perfect. Alright, so we are going to export const order espresso, return this. And now we can put it right here. Order espresso. There we go. We still have it. We still have everything running, and now we can do on click in here. Get rid of that. Oops. Let's add an on click. What do we want to do when we click this? What did we have here? So it just shows you a confirmation and places the order, right? Cool. So confirmation. How do we add a confirmation dialog? I'll just make one here. Const order. No sizes. I don't think we have sizes with espresso. You have sizes with like different other drinks, latte and stuff, but with espresso it's just going to be a double shot. We might add sizes later. We'll add more products and more sizes later. Right now I want to get this workflow going of like this right here. I want to get this workflow started so that we have, like, we can start playing with it, we can start testing it, and then we can keep on adding more things. Minimum viable product. Order confirmation. Let's see what Copilot can do for us. Oh, that's not what I want. How do I cycle through? How do I cycle through different suggestions again? Oh, there we go. I'm just going to make a comment here. Add a confirmation dialog. Let's see what you got for me, Copilot. That's not it. I guess I need to specify confirmation. Are you sure model? There we go. That's still not it. Holy shit. Copilot is terrible. I'm looking forward to did you guys see the announcement about AWS Code Whisperer, which is Amazon's or AWS's competitor to Copilot? And it's completely free, so instead of charging $100 or whatever Copilot is charging, AWS is making theirs completely free. Yeah, it's probably not as good as Copilot, but it's something. Don't take up a prompt engineer position anytime soon. Yeah. Are you sure you want to order an espresso? Yes. No. There we go. Alright, we got something here. Literally on the pricing page, so I may go look at Amazon now. Yeah. Let's put this in here. And we have some state. Use state. Let's call it selected espresso. Set selected, and on click all we have to do is set that to true, and here, perfect, there we go. Actually, I'll just put this whole thing here because I don't want to pass in the set selected prop. Just going to comment it out for now. Let's add the on click. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so we have this working now. Cool. So I guess once you selected it, we should also change this a little bit. I don't have the class name as package here. Let me do that first. So let's make this into a template string. Let's get rid of the BG Amber for now, and let's add here. There we go. Oh, not green. I just want this to be Amber 700, and if it's selected, I'll make this darker. Oh, that's not darker, that's lighter. There. And we should also just have it scaled out. Perfect. And if you order it, it will it'll place the order and it'll send you to the order page. Cool, which means we also need an order page. Let's how do you do dynamic routes in this thing? Let's expand this. Where is it? 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 Linking, loading UI, defining routes. Dynamic segments, there we go. Okay, so you have the slug. We will have the slug here. And inside this we'll have our page .tsx, and this will show the order details. Want to pop up when they mouse out of the browser? What do you mean? Are you sure you don't want an espresso? Wait, let me clarify this. I guess if it's not clarified. Are you sure you want? Sure you want to place this order? So this is a confirmation that this is basically like the checkout button. I want to pop up when they mouse out of the browser. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure if we need that. The less they have to do to buy, the better. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, we can get rid of that, and we can, as soon as they click on this, it just places the order. But this is more like a checkout flow, and like this is where you would have to put your credit card details, or yeah, like select the payment and everything, or you might have to like select more options. So I don't want to just, you click on this and it places an order. We do want additional steps there to select, to have like multiple options and have payment details and everything. CS Stuff 93, thanks for following. What are your thoughts on Nextjs 13 and React Server components? I think React Server components are awesome, and that's what we are using here to build this. It's more of a placeholder, yes. Next.js 13, I don't have thoughts on Next.js 13 yet. I guess like Next.js 13, there's not really much to do there. Like the app router is where things get really interesting. Next.js 13 is just an upgrade on things. Like there's nothing special with Next.js 13. It's the app router that is special. All right. So you click on this, it places an order, and it redirects you to this new page. I think we can do a little bit of backend work now, so let's start doing that. I don't know if the Ampt people know that I should probably let them know that I am doing this in case they're interested in like watching live. Building Serverlesspresso app live on Twitch with Ampt. Twitch.tv/TinyWorkerable09. Alright, so let's take a look at this Ampt thing. What are you going to use for payments? Probably nothing. This is not a real application. This is just an example, a fake application to compare between different tools and compare their developer experience and everything. It's not like I'm not going to actually add payments and like use it for a real store yet. Connect Stripe. I don't want to. That's the point. No. Keep Stripe away from me for as long as possible. Alright, let's install this thing. Ampt CLI. Stripe is kind of a pain. Yeah. We can get rid of that folder and we can go backend, and let's do Ampt. Okay, I need to do some auth stuff, which means, whoops. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. I will need to change this for now. A code will expire in 15 minutes. All right, I'll just stop it manually. All right, it's a new code this time. Cool. So the old one got, the old one doesn't exist anymore. Go ahead. Sign up. It is now connected. Is it connected? There we go. Okay. Got the new one after glasses reflection. Sure. Yeah. Wait, actually? I think it doesn't matter anymore because I'm already logged in. So I don't think you can use it again if you're already logged in. If you can, please let me know. Okay. Let's see. Can I do this? Oh, cool. Okay, so I can exit out of the terminal and now I have it. So let's go into backend, Ampt, and let's see what options do I have. TypeScript API, Ampt API. What's the difference between the two? To-do list app, Nextjs starter template, WebSocket starter template. Okay. So we can also like build an Astro or Nextjs or Remix application and deploy directly on Ampt. I don't want to do that because I want to like keep the implementation separate so we can switch them out, which means we're probably going to use an API. Not sure what the difference between. Oh, this is Express and this is experimental. Okay. Let's see. Do they have some examples of what the difference between the two are? I don't want to use Express anymore, so I guess we also do need WebSockets, but I'm just going to use this one for now. Let's call it Ampt. You entered Ampt. Okay. Do we have? Oh, it's making it in backend. Okay, I'll have to put that in a folder. I'm not nearly that motivated to get into your Amp project for a fake espresso shop. Thank you. That's good to know. All right, let's see if I sign in. I'm going to try to sign in here and see if I have access to the console. I do. There we go. This is our console. I should rename it to Serverlesspresso here. Wait, let me first need to make sure that there are no secrets here. That's my app name. Settings, parameters, overview. Okay, I just see a URL. I don't see any secrets environment variables, so I think we should be fine. I think, at least. It's fine, we don't need this up anyways. Okay, we only need the docs here. Alright, so we are in our Ampt CLI now, or Ampt shell, which means we can go in here and start writing our code. This is the starter. Let's see what's going on here. We have our auth that uses the event request. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. This is supposed to be the TypeScript template. Come on, guys. I guess it is experimental, so yeah, we have the private API, which is Should I just use the Express version in that case? And I'm going to stick to this. I think Express should be avoided at all costs today. So this is fine. Okay, looks like you create different API things. What's the undefined for? What's the second? It's the schema, and then it's a list of middlewares. Why avoid Express? It's largely unmaintained. It's old. And there are just better options like Fastify. Like most of the time you should just use Fastify if you can instead of Express. It has most of the features that you would want from Express, and it's much faster, it's much more maintained. So that's the schema /admin/API. Okay, so we would probably need two different APIs, one for the Barista app, one for the customer app. I don't ever really use it. Yeah, like just use Fastify or Nest if you're building like your own server, or you'd probably just want to use something like Nextjs or Remix. What else besides Fastify? If you're like building a purely backend application like a REST API or something, then you would want to use either Fastify or Nest. Is that a Pegajoso opinion? I don't know what that means. Personal opinion. I don't think it's just a personal opinion. I think Express is like very widely known to be not properly maintained anymore. Let's look at that. Express.js. Let's take a look at their GitHub. Okay, looks like they don't have a lot of open issues. Oh yeah, look at that. The last release was from October, and it was fixed regression and some dependencies. So when things are this stable, it's either that they're feature complete and they're like very good, or that the people have just stopped working on it. Like this was a large, this was the last large release, and that was a year ago. Why do people still use it? Because it's popular, because it has all the features that you might need, and it's in all the tutorials, it's in all resources. Everyone talks about Express, so people use it. But for new projects, if you're building like a full stack application, just use Nextjs. And if for some reason you're building a purely backend application like a microservice, then you might want to use Fastify, or maybe even Nest if the project is complex enough. But I'd probably still go for like something like Fastify, because it's lightweight and you can easily deploy it on Lambdas. Nest takes a little too long to start up in a Lambda. Now see, this looks pretty similar to it. So everything else like looks relatively similar to it except for Nest. Viper Gaming's, how's it going? It's going great. Thanks for showing up. We are building Serverlesspresso. Okay, we also have a static here, which we shouldn't need. Or morning. Good evening, morning. Yeah, it's evening for me. It's 10:30 p.m. But yes, it is morning for some people for sure. I don't want static here because this is a backend only. This is just a REST API. So we shouldn't need to do anything else. We shouldn't need to have HTML. For a SaaS that has features constantly being added, would you make those features microservices? That is a loaded question. I would have to know a lot more about what the SaaS is, what the features are, what the team is like. So yeah, need all that information before we can like really say if it should be microservices or not. Like microservices is when you have a huge project with lots and lots of features and you want to nicely split it up into multiple teams. That's when you might want microservices. But then there are still other options that you can, the other like approaches rather than microservices that you might want to look at first just because of how fucking complex a microservice architecture can get. All right, let's say that we want our customer API. Actually, let's start putting everything in the same file, and then later we can think of how to put them into different files. Is everything private? Everything public? Do we have auth? Not yet. So let's get rid of auth for now. Actually, don't need to get rid of it. We can still keep it here. API public router / API. All right. So let's make a public API / post, and this is going to be order. Oh wait, I forgot what the syntax is. I should have kept one of them. It takes the event object. Okay. And this is async. That's nice. And it's just going to return something. Do we know the type of event? We do. Perfect. It's an HTTP event. Different features in different languages. Some languages have better libraries for certain things. Yeah. If you want different features for different, like, if you really want different languages, like, if that's a real concern, or if that's a real approach that would help you, that would actually help you with your use cases, then yeah, for sure. Do microservices. But then you might also want to one thing that, like, about microservices a lot of people get wrong is that your entire backend needs to be microservices. This is not true. You can have like 1 or 2 microservices and the rest of your application is a large monolith with 500 features in the same like process in the same project. That's fine. Microservices doesn't mean that you split everything into tiny things. So you can just have the features that you need, or you can just have the use cases or like the small microservices that you need in other languages, and everything else can still be a monolith. What are the things you should think about when creating an API, and when would you actually create one? Not sure what you mean. Creating an API, do you mean like an HTTP REST API? And when would you actually create one? I would say every time. Like, I don't think you can get around having an API when you have a front end talking to a back end, or when you have like a client thing talking to a server thing. You need an API. There's no getting around it. It's just that what tools are you using to create the API? Alright, so we can place an order. We are going to need... Okay, now I think we can go back to our diagram here. Each of these is an API. Each of these actions is probably going to be its own API. So we have the place order. So you need an API for software with 23 features. I don't think the number of features, it doesn't matter how many features you have for an API. Again, if you're talking about like an HTTP REST API or any API over like a network, it doesn't matter how many features you have. If you have 2 pieces of software talking over a network, you need an API. That's the reason why you build an API, not because you have too many features. Front and backend distinction is important now with server components. It was always important. The distinction, like if you were not thinking of the front and backend distinction, you're probably doing something wrong anyways. So that's probably like one of the reasons why React server components tend to be so misunderstood, is because a lot of the mental model was not there already. It just makes it just kind of forces you to think of it, and if you haven't thought of it already, it makes it difficult to figure out what React server components are doing. My front end just web scrapes and stores that data locally. Nice. I'm sure that works out really well. All right, we have put, let's say this is going to be store. Let's make a put and delete for, oops. So we're going to say this is open store, and we're going to say this is close store. Your laugh is wonderful. Is that a sarcasm, or I don't know what that is. Only reason I asked is because I've built my own virtual assistant in Python with voice recognition, timer, alarm, and a lot more features. Cool. Heck, just JSON the scrape data. Place order, we have prepare order. Let's go place order. 99% of the time I'm sarcastic, but that was genuine. Okay, alright. Good to know. Alright. We need one for prepare order. Let's just call it sure patchworks. We need a get order, right? Actually, yeah, each blue and green boxes here need an API. We have the action and we have the view, or you can call it the query and the mutation, or loader and action, whatever you want to call it. It's all CQRS at the heart. Everything ends up at CQRS somehow. So I'm going to skip the get order for now. Pick up order. Oops, that's the comment. It's not a get, it's another patch. I guess we need a store ID for these. I think the backend was always the server for me, front end was the client, which isn't the case now. Yeah, it's like I said, that's the like weird mental model that if you have, React server components tend to not make a lot of sense, or anything like it. I talked about this with Theo for a while. He's still like sticking to his idea that backend is the server and front end is the client, which I think is not like a good mental model to have. The front end is what your user sees, and the back end is anything that has to do with data and how data moves. I'm working on another project which is an app for my software, but in a sense it is a chat box which is going to be connected to my software on my laptop, and chat box will take user input, will be sent to my software, will check for the word or phrase, matches the condition. If matches the condition, the function will be executed, so I would need an API for that to work. Do you think you can do it without an API? It's going to be connected on your laptop, chat will take user input. I was in the space with you, it was an aha moment for me, thank you. Yeah, of course. What space, by the way, are you talking about? Is it the space that Utanium was hosting? You have a chat box that will take a user input and will be sent to your software. I mean, you can have the chat box in the software, so you don't need like, you don't have two things communicating over a network. I don't know, like, I can't really say much without knowing more about your architecture. So you might want to do like a little bit of documentation to see, to describe what you're trying to do, what your current approach is. Prepare order, pickup order, I need these to be, I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm just going to, patch is fine. I'm just going to say here, prepare, or complete actually, or not complete, prepared, let's go with that. And say pickup, so prepare. The endpoints don't really matter too much. The one where you were explaining the concept of front end is not the client and back end is not the server. I don't think I remember doing that. I mean, I can definitely imagine that I was doing that, that I was explaining this concept, but I don't know if it was. Oh no, okay, I remember now. Yeah. No, I definitely did it. I just have a terrible memory. I don't remember things that I did yesterday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I did it because I've done it on multiple occasions. App is going to be on mobile phone, so how will I be able to connect the chat box to the software? Yeah, so if you have like something running on your mobile and then something else running on your laptop, that's essentially the thing that we are talking about, that you have two pieces of software communicating over a network, which means you need an API. It's very simple. You have two things talking to each other, you need an API. It can be an HTTP API, it can be WebSocket, it can be anything that you want. Although HTTP is a good choice usually. What else do we have? We have the cancel order. Cancel order. It's just going to be a delete. We can make it a delete. Yeah. Whoever calls it. Alright, so we have all the actions, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. Let's stick to these for now. Let's also have a store. Yeah, store info. So this is for this. This will show you if the store is open or not, and this might give you additional information of what you can order from the store. Right now it's just espresso. Once we add more products, this is how you'll see what products you can order from the store. So many TLDs are available, and now I'm taking it to Google Trends for some reason. Yeah, TLD, people are going crazy with top-level domains. I really want dev.dev. There's nothing on, it's taken, like it's not an available domain, but there's nothing on there, which is absolutely dumb. What else do we have? We have the order. So I guess we can just do order info for barista, and we have order info for customer. I don't know how. You can probably purchase it for $2 million. Yeah, something like that. I can figure out who owns it and offer them like a couple $1 million or so. Tech.tech is available for 11K. Yeah. I hate companies, people that do that crap. Domains have been like that for 10+ years. Yeah, it's just frustrating. All right. What else can we do here now? I think we might need to start doing our aggregates. So I guess we just have store and order, so we don't need to think too much about it for now. Let's see how do we do data? Data, come on, let me show me how do we do data here. Data, there we go. Ampt data package, data.set results. Okay, so we can import this like that. Ampt data. When you place an order, we would. Okay, that looks good. Is that JSON, not a thing? Is it .send or something? The text. What do we have here? Oh, that body. Alright, let's see what Copilot did for us. Okay, body is a function. Yeah, see, this is assuming that it's kind of a Express Fastify application, which it's not. Did I delete those again? I deleted those again, didn't I? Okay. I have it in my Git. I do not. Alright, let's look at HTTP here then, or API. How do I get the body? API objects. We have request, context, parameters, response. There we go. Sets the event body to be returned by the API. Okay, so this is not what we want. We want event dot body, and this is body. This is to send it home. Wait, that's the same thing. How do I get the... Oh, it'll be in the request, of course. Request dot... Oh, that's still a function. We await it. And here we have our data. You can get user ID from the context. What does context have? Can be read and written to from middleware logic. Okay. Context is for middleware logic. Let's make this let's make a schema here. Can I get Zod in here? I need Zod in here. Install, okay. npm. I can just do install Zod. Nice. Okay, so this is like the npm shell but better. Let's import Zod from Zod, and let's say place order schema. We just want the user ID for now. We don't have items because we only have a single product, which is the espresso. So we only need the user ID of the person who placed the order. How do we send notifications though? We'll worry about that later. Okay. Is that how we get the body? I'm assuming so. API request object, see sample get request below. Let's see. Let's see a sample get request. What does the sample get request look like? Dot body. There we go. Okay. So you do get the body like that. Got it. So once I have the body, I can do that. Let's do save parse and throw in it. Let's just do parse. We'll throw an error. If something goes wrong, we are going to create the order. Cannot find module. Okay, do I need to install this? WebDev Cody, how's it going? What's your one sentence pitch of what Ampt is? Let's see, do they have... There we go. The developer platform that gets out of your way. That'll be my one-step pitch. Thanks for following, Scott. Is that a good one-sentence pitch, WebDev Cody? A developer platform that gets out of your way? It's probably not, but it doesn't hurt to try. Do I have to like... Doesn't seem like you'll have great SEO. Might want to work on it. Wait, what will not have great SEO? Are you talking about my stream or about Ampt? Your one sentence pitch? I mean, it's not my product. I'm not the one building it. I don't care about SEO. What's yours? Not their marketing team. Fair. Let's see. What's my one sentence pitch for Ampt? It's a framework that gives me all the backend capabilities that I would need that can be deployed to a completely serverless infrastructure. So I never have to be concerned with scaling. Let me try to write it down. Ampt is a framework that provides backing capabilities without giving you, I guess, without concerning about infrastructure. It's not built on top of Dino. You're wrong, pilot. How's that? I don't know. How does it match up to SST if you've used it? SST is infrastructure as code. So with SST, you're writing code that is responsible for provisioning and configuring AWS services. With Ampt, you're not doing that. You're just writing code that you're just writing code like this. Like I can do this. I can say data.create order, and it will just. That's not what Ampt is. Adjective Allison. Yeah, I can just do this. Like if I was going to do this in SST, I would also have to have some code somewhere that provisions a DynamoDB table, gives it a name or something. But this does it automatically. I can just say data.create or data.add, data.set specifically here, and it'll automatically provision DynamoDB resources for me. It's like Amplify, but probably much better. Kind of, yeah. It's definitely much better than Amplify, and its focus is a lot more on these capabilities. So like creating APIs, creating events, creating scheduled tasks, storage, data. Amplify's focus is a lot more on hosting and APIs and stuff like that. But yeah, you can think of it as very similar to Amplify, but with much less configuration required. What is that, by the way? Amplified musculoskeletal performance testing. Yeah, I don't feel like reading that. I'm sorry. How do I get data in here though? Do I have to install it somehow? And data is just there. Get set. Okay. I don't see anywhere having to import it. Installation. Confirm device, create new app, name your app, start coding. How Ampt works. Oh, Ampt SDK. I can install additional modules. Okay, so I do have to install this. The SDK does not have this. Good call not reading. If you can't remember yesterday, then you won't remember no matter how many times you read it. Pretty much. Thanks for understanding. Alright, so the SDK provides storage, events, schedules, parameters, and tasks, but for data it's a separate module. One would be interested in why that's the case, but we have it now. Now I can do data.set, and let's see, how does this work? So we have, I guess it's just a regular key value. Yeah, so I have to give it a key, and then that's the value that I can give it, which means I need some way to generate a random ID here. I can set multiple things like that. That's nice. Key value, TTL. Oh, there's, okay, so there's things like that. That's good. I don't think I need any of these for now. So when you deploy your Ampt service, does it use its own infra behind the scenes, or does it hook up to your AWS account? No, it uses their AWS account, not ours. So it's not the same as SST or flight control in that sense, where it's deploying to your AWS account. It's instead it's there. It's like Vercel. they deploy to their own service, which is which is definitely built on top of AWS. And you can probably look at these and you can just tell like what AWS services they're using. Like they're using Lambdas, they're using API Gateway, they're using Event Bridge, they're using IoT Core, they're using S3, DynamoDB, but it's not on your AWS account. Okay, how do we generate like a random ID? Do I need to install UUID? I'm going to install UUID because why not? UUID, thank you. And I believe it's called v6. Oh, I need types. Install. How do I install a dev dependency? Can I install a dev dependency? My notifications are going crazy. Install. I'm just going to do add types /UUID. What's the word when you flip a word backwards, spell the same thing? Yes, that is a palindrome. Oh, I quit out of it. Okay, that's fine. Where am I? I can just do this then. npmi. Wow, that is not what I was typing. I was typing this. Type /UUID. Cool, and now I can go back to Ampt. Is there an Ampt? Okay, it's a folder. They don't have a configuration file yet. That's good. I, man, am regal, am German, am I? Okay, yeah. That's a palindrome sentence. That's nice. Oh, isn't there a v6? I thought there was a v6. Let's put order ID, UUID, and now we can set await data. Is it data? Put a thing. Just add get by label, remove scan seed set. All right. Weird AI has a whole song called Bob of Palindromes. Oh, Weird Al. Okay. I just read that as Weird AI. I'm like, what AI is not weird? Let's see what they have. I just use data. What is data.add? What does that do? If you only need to update a single value, add method can do that. Numeric value for full key name. Okay, so I don't need that here. I need set. Yep. ID, order ID, user ID, status placed. Sure. That's going to be my order. Let's do that. Order is unknown. What's it going to return? Dot set. That's it. Returns the result, which is unknown. Come on, guys, please give us better type definitions. 24/7 live stream of AI covering Weird Al songs. Yeah, that would be awesome. ChatGPT would be really good at writing parody songs. Oh, I guess it's unknown because I don't have a generic, so I can do that. Let's say type order. It has an ID, it has a user ID, it has a status. Perfect. And that's my generic, which means this is now correctly typed as set response order. Let's see what this set response looks like. How do I control enter? No. What is this? Alright, I'm just going to dig into the type definitions here. So it responds t is either just t or it's a key value of t. What's key value? Key and value. Okay. Alright. So I can just send that back. And I do have to... do I have to... Let's see. Let's go back here. We have the order placed event here. Do we manually publish an event or do we just do it from here? Because there is a data.on, which we might, I think we can use that, right? Yeah, we can just listen to data.on, so we don't have to like manually, we don't have to manually publish an event here. We should just be able to do change detection. So this is good. We create this, we set the order ID, user ID, status placed, and we return it. Now, we don't have much to do with the event yet because it just it also automatically updates the updates this thing here. So we are going to add an event handler later, I guess, when it's needed. Now we can do open store, close store. Okay, let's come in here. We don't need the event here. We can do auth stuff later. Store open true. Oh, we need the event to return response. Okay. And this one, store open is false. We're going to return status code. All right. Preparing an order. Let's add the get order here first so that we can hook it up with our front end. Event.request.headers. How do we get the header out of it? Alright, let's go back to our API and see how we do IDs. How do we do parameters? Parameters. Object containing specified parameter matched in the URL. Okay, so this should be event.params. Cool. ID. Wait, what? ID. If I change this to name. Oh wow, this is type safe. See, this is pretty nice. So this automatically detects what parameters I have in the string here and makes them available on the params object. Nice. This is the order ID. I guess we are already doing that here. Fuck. We don't need the user ID for now. We're going to get that order. We don't care about the user for now. We're just going to send it back. So all the orders are public. Anyone can see any orders because we don't have any auth yet. Damn, my throat really hurts doing all this talking. Cool. Let's test it out. Can we make request to our API from here? Your app in the dashboard. Okay. This is our application. We don't have anything in the data yet. Nothing in the storage yet. Alright. This is our URL for the application. Which means we should be able to send some requests here. Let's pull up Thunder client. Thunder. Make sure to drink water. Yeah. I might need something else. I might need to make some tea. Actually, I have some tea. I should just... Yeah, I'll make some tea. Let's delete that, and I'm going to make a request to /API, right? Public API. Yeah, /API /000.cloud is available. That's a great one. That's a good one. All right, let's see if we can make a put request to the store. What happens? All right, we got a 201 created. Nice. If we go to data here, I might have to refresh, I think. There we go. Store open. Where is the value? Doesn't have a value. Oh, there we go. Value is true. Cancel. If I make this a delete, send. 204 no content. Let's refresh. Oh no, I'll just get all items. It's false now. Perfect. So it's working. See, I didn't even have to provision a database. All I had to do was import this data. I said data.set this key to this value, and it's done. No provisioning, no environment variables. I don't have a single environment variable, a single secret in here. Jetpack Joe, what up? We're building Serverlesspresso. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Alright, what else do we have? We have our place order. We put the user ID in here, so let's make that order. API/order. And this is a post request. We need a body with user ID. I'll just say 1234. And if I send this, nice, we placed an order. And there it is. There's our ID. There's the status. Cool. So much of obfuscation of hardware, yeah. I'm going to take a quick break and get some tea. Definitely need some fluids flowing through my throat so that it doesn't hurt as much. I'll BRB. I'm back. I'm sorry if I took a little too long. Git push, get paid. How's it going? I am not using SSD, I'm using Ampt. Yes, as Anthony pointed out. Yeah, there used to be Serverless Cloud, which apparently Serverless Cloud was like a production ready app product, and now Ampt is in beta. Like I looked at Serverless Cloud a few times. I don't remember seeing that it was in beta anywhere. So it's interesting that they took a production ready application and I don't know, like basically starting from scratch, or maybe it wasn't production ready. I don't know. But what I have here is oops, I want to make sure I don't spill this on my keyboard. Some beautiful Indian chai and my favorite pairing with it, which is Britannia Good Day cookies. This is not a product placement, I promise. It's just this is my favorite fucking snack ever. This combination of chai and Britannia Good Day. What's that shirt? That looks dope. Thank you for asking. I am going to very quickly plug in here Momentum DevCon. This is a conference that happens here annually in Cincinnati every year, and this year I am one of the organizers for Momentum. Congrats on the sponsorship. Of what? The only thing I've been sponsored by is Eraser, and I didn't even plug it yet. Nothing else has sponsored me yet. But yeah, Momentum, if you're in Cincinnati or around this area, I would highly recommend coming to this conference. Jetpack Joe, also thanks for following. Yeah, this is like Momentum was the first conference that I ever attended back in 2019 before COVID. Like it was always I always just looked at like YouTube videos and everything, and I dreamt of being at a conference. And at some point, like when I came to UC for studying, I finally got the chance to be at one of these conferences, and that was Momentum. Oops, I'm realizing I'm doing this too close to my mic. This is Brave Browser, yes. NG Samurai, what the chai? What does that question mean? Those crackers, yes, these crackers are very good. Can I buy the shirt? I don't think so, unfortunately. And I am not organizing React Miami. I am just a media partner. I'm not an organizer. I'm a media partner, which means I am selling out. But it's a pretty awesome conference. They gave us a huge student discount that is allowing us to like send 4 students, 3 including 3 plus me. So yeah, 3 students to React Miami instead of just 2. What you drink? Yeah, this is chai tea. This is made by like instead of just boiling tea leaves in water, you boil tea leaves in milk, and then you put loads of sugar and spices into it. Collecting Brave tokens. Yeah, that's why I'm using Brave. I'm collecting tokens. This is my gateway into Web3, Brave browser. No, I'm kidding. I guess I just started using Brave, and then I never like switched off. I might have to take some time and transition off into Arc. Sugar bomb, yeah. I mean, the sugar is more of an optional thing. A lot of people drink chai without sugar, or like with very little sugar, because it tastes good anyways. And one of the best ways to eat this cookie is by dipping it. Take the cookie, dip it for half a second, let it drip out, and then I use honey in my chai. Yeah, I used to use. There's like a lot of things you can do. I've made chai with like 6 other ingredients apart from just milk, sugar, and tea leaves. I used to put like one of the most like super spiced out chai that I can think of. It would have ginger, it would have cardamom, it would have honey, it would have jaggery, it would have what's that called? A star anise, which is a pretty nice piece of spice that if you could get your hands on, you should try it out. Now I'm more hungry. And there's a few more things that I cannot think of right now. This tea that I'm using is straight from Darjeeling, the source for one of the greatest teas on the planet. And the specific packet that I bought that I'm using for this one, it has a lot of the spices already mixed in, so I don't have to like add those spices myself. Bay leaves, yeah, that's the one that I was forgetting. Bay leaves. So the tea leaves that I put in this they're like already mixed in with a lot of ground spices or like finely chopped spices, so I don't have to do that myself. But yeah, I also have like a couple different packs that are just tea leaves without any spices, so I can add whatever I want. Thanks for the follow, Zuzber. How do you say that name? Gzuzbr. I'll just say Zoo. Or Zuz. Zuz is fine. It's like Jesus, but Jesus. Oh, is it Jesus? Oh my god, I'm having too much fun with the names. Why are there so many red squiggly lines? Because I don't have any implementation in these methods, which I'm going to do now. And there's not much to do here. It's just that like even Copilot can do this. If order is possibly undefined. So if order return even status photo 4, why are you complaining now? Well, not as type safe as I thought, I guess. Do I have anything? No. Because it's so let's see what's happening here. When we get this set response, we can get either t or key value of t. The problem is there's nothing common. Like it should be. No, it's not Copilot. It's the way that the type definitions are made. The response from a data set operation can either be the piece of data or this key value of t, but it's not clear which one of these. Like there's no overlap between the two. It's just either an object or it's this key value thing. It should be like it should just be one of these two. It should be extremely clear to TypeScript that which one of these options you're getting back. Because now what I have to do is I have to do this, which is probably not the best idea. Like I shouldn't have to do this. Now it's gonna say the key value thing is not, yeah. Alright, I'll let them know that their type definitions suck. Don't show this to Theo, please. A lot of the time it's about giving you a suggestion that would have been what you have written, but it writes for you so you don't have to over time. That can save hours or days. Yes, exactly. Like I probably would have written this this whole thing myself, but I don't need to. Like Copilot got it right. It's gonna set it to prepared, and when it's ready for when you go and pick it up, we'll change it to picked up. When we cancel it, it's going to do the same thing. There we go, cancelled. This also means I can probably somehow refactor this into like the same function and just tell it what to do, like what to change the status to, but don't want to do that right now. That's for later. Store info, yeah, just give me the information about the store. Order info for barista, it should be pretty much the same thing for now. I only have these at two separate endpoints because in the future you might have I might have to have different details here. Like for the barista, I might want to show how to make a specific order, like the recipe, the ingredients and everything. And for the customer, I don't want to show that. I want to show different details. So two separate endpoints help. Okay, I think we have our basic backend set up. We can bounce back to our front end now. What am I building? I am building Serverlesspresso. This Serverlesspresso is an app for just ordering coffee that's completely built on serverless technologies. Yeah, specifically espresso ordering app. I only have the espresso option here for now. We might add more options later, or we will add more options later for sure. We're using this as a way to compare different backend tools, specifically different infrastructure from code tools like Ampt and Winglang and Nitric and anything like that. We might even like use it for things like Architect or SSD, but the primary purpose is the IFC tools. Alright, let's I'm going to hard code the URL for now. Where do we have it? It was in Thunder Client. Where is my Thunder Client? Thunder Client. By the way, this is the URL, so if you guys wanna like stress test this or something, or like send it requests to test it out, feel free to. It's just my local development environment. It's not costing me any money. These are the endpoints. You can place an order. You can open or close the store. I guess for placing order, I should check if the store is open or not. Yeah, so here I should, the first thing I should do is check if store is open. There we go, store open. If store is not open, I'm going to, yeah, 400, store is closed. Cool. And I should do this for pretty much everything else, but no, it's fine. Even if you close the store, if you still have orders in progress, you should be able to at least finish them. So that's fine. My bad for messing around in the Miami Conf chat the other day. Not sure what you're talking about. What do you mean messing around in the Miami Conf chat? Do you mean the chat for my Miami Jam show that I was hosting on Friday? I'm not sure what you mean by messing around. I don't think there was. I didn't notice any problems. I think you're fine. It's Twitch chat. Everyone jokes a lot. Don't worry, no one takes Twitch chat seriously. You can say whatever you want, as long as it's within a certain range of limits of decency, you know. As long as you're not like just screaming out some racist stuff, you're fine. You can say whatever you want. It's Twitch chat. Don't take it too seriously. I think that Can you ban yourself, Anthony? You are a mod. And if, as a mod, you should have just noticed someone saying something racist in the chat, and your responsibility, your duty should be to give them a warning, give them a timeout or something like that. Giving chat free range to say whatever they want on Twitch is a bold move. I mean, Are you saying that if I ask chat to be nice, are they actually going to be nice? I think saying that I have any control over what my Twitch chat says is the bold thing. Just making sure. I don't know, some people on Twitch seem to be super sensitive. Yeah, if the people on Twitch that are super sensitive, it's probably I would say it's their problem. I mean, okay, I should not be too insensitive about this. There's definitely a lot of terrible things you can do if you're in a Twitch chat, and the streamer definitely is supposed to set some sort of boundaries that you should be able to that you should follow, and you should not really go overboard. Like, there are some chats that are a lot more tolerable to like racist stuff than other chats, but we are in America. We are supposed to be racist. I'm not an American, so I'm not gonna I just got my work authorization. I'm not gonna have any opinions on that. I'm not an American yet. This show sucks. Well, let me know how it sucks and I'll fix it. Is your stress test hitting my site? Let's see. Let's see what the metrics look like. Damn! Alright, can you like not run it in a while loop maybe? What even are you like up to? I don't see any data in there. What are you just like opening and closing the store or something? You moved to America for your first year of college? Yeah, I mean, I started college here, so I had to move here before I started. It was in August of 2018. That's when I started my education. In quotes, education. I don't consider college education to be actually good education. Alright, so it looks like you stopped at 798, so thank you very much. I am from India. Get push, get paid. If you couldn't tell already. Oh wow. Alright, you know what? I am going to stop that. We've had enough stress testing for today. No, not Mumbai. I am from Varanasi or Banaras. This. I've been here many times. It's a pretty nice place. Most noticeable difference from where I grew up? Just the East versus West culture thing. Like, everyone here is, especially in the US, is a lot more individualistic. And the city that I'm from is like very much based in tradition, based in like community, family, like all like anything that, all the stereotypes that you could think of when Eastern culture is said, all those stereotypes are very highly visible in that city. Alright, I do need to stop it at this point. How do I stop it? I've already stopped the local environment. I guess I cannot stop this. Stopped it long ago. Okay, it's probably just in that case the logs are probably just catching up to all the actual data right now. Can I edit environment? No. Okay. So I guess their development environment is kind of like just a permanently running thing instead of and okay, so Ampt is just the shell, looks like, and this is the development environment in cloud that is just up there running permanently, and looks like I cannot take it down, which is fine, I think. It's on their domain, so it's up to them to make sure that they're rate limited and everything. Yeah. What were you expecting but ended up being the most wrong about? I don't think I had like any sort of weird expectations that I ended up being wrong about. Like, I just came here expecting to be, I don't know, like it's been way too long for me to be able to think about what was going through my head 5 years ago. And yeah, the most noticeable difference is just the culture, the individual mindset versus the community, the traditional mindset. And definitely being free from the religion and and everything around it. That picture of two people standing at the door was creepy. What picture? You mean this one? This is the Prime Minister of India and this is the Chief Minister of our state. Why Cincinnati? Because I came to University of Cincinnati and University of Cincinnati happens to be in Cincinnati. So, ergo, I am in Cincinnati. Now, if you ask why University of Cincinnati, it's because they have a great co-op program. So I'm graduating this month after 5 years of study, but I also have 5 years of experience. What other colleges will let you do that? I just asked what you were wrong about because Chris Burns had this experience where he came to America and he was shocked that when all his assumptions about it turned out to be wrong. I don't think I was old enough or like I don't think I had a lot of assumptions or thoughts. I don't think I was old enough to have those. I was just, okay, let's go and see what happens. That was kind of my mindset. I wasn't really thinking of a lot of things. What other universities did you consider? I considered all the Ivy League universities, and I didn't get into any Ivy League universities because why not? How the fuck would I get into Ivy Leagues? That's not gonna happen. That was just a weird dream that I had that, oh, I'm gonna get into Ivy Leagues. That's fine. And University of Cincinnati was my backup. And then it turned out, reality hit me, and all the Ivy Leagues sent me rejections. I'm like, okay, I guess University of Cincinnati it is. You weren't exposed enough to propaganda about America then. I think so, yeah. I wasn't exposed enough, or I just didn't think about it enough, or the little propaganda things that I was exposed to turned out to be mostly true. Like we were all talking about how Donald Trump is probably an asshole, and I don't have political opinions, but I still don't fully like. Yeah, I guess I should stop talking about this. I know nothing about politics, and I have no opinions on any politics. I'll keep it at that. We are hella fat. Yeah, everyone's fat. Like even people in my country, they're not immune to obesity. Do you think UK had much propaganda as the circles of people he ran in opinion? The circles of people he ran in opinion. I'm not sure what that question is. I don't know anything about UK. Alright, let's get this page here. So this is, we're back on our front end now. I don't think it was just because he has the UK, it was just because sum total of he was exposed to about America, which is influenced by his circle. Yeah. Cool. So now that once we click yes, we want to actually place the order, which means we're going to need function place order. We're just going to have user ID as 123 for now, and I'm actually going to make it like that. Const order is just the user ID for now. I don't have anything else, and we want to make a post request to this. HTTP. Is it HTTPS or HTTP? It's HTTPS, right? Yeah. Are there any more requests? It's still at 1.28k. Okay. Oops. All right. To put this here. Did I leak my DMs? I might have. A little bit. Not too much. Alright. Alright, let's copy this from here. We are making a request to this /API/order method post. Do I have, okay, I have headers and this is my order, right? Place order. Yeah, all I need is this, is the user ID. Okay, so that's there. I'm going to put an await here, which means we're going to put an async here, which means we're going to put a const result equals this here. Now we can do result.json. This will be our order, and our type of order we'll have to copy and paste from here for now because we don't have shared types because we are across two different projects. Is order, and now we have the ID, which means we can redirect to it. How do we redirect in Nextjs? Redirect. This is the server. I want to do it on the front end. T. There we go. Oh, the use router. Okay. All you need is do is Shopify as a CMS backend. Yeah. We do Shopify but for coffee. It's a good idea. Router is use router. Import it, and we are going to router.push customer/order. It's not order, it's just customer/data.id, and that's going to be our order page here. Cool. We don't need to put this in the component. We can pull it out here. Oh, I guess we no, that sucks. Genius idea. Oh, looks like I missed some YouTube chat. There are some people watching on YouTube. Zenith asked a few questions. Do you check YouTube comments? I do check YouTube comments and YouTube chat. It's just I wasn't checking for a while. Apologies for that. If you're still here, if you're still on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button so that we can have some more people discover the stream. You can get a username converted to binary, strip extra binary characters, reduce the total size to less than 63, and get the domain name of the binary. It's available for you. You're welcome. That would be an awesome domain name to have. For sure. It's going to be very easy to communicate and to tell people about this amazing domain that you have, I'm sure. Let's have an ordering and set ordering. We can set ordering to true, and we can use this to disable the yes button. Oops. Are you using StreamYard? I am not. This is just OBS. YouTube chat checking is eventually consistent. Yes, everything is eventually consistent in this world. Praise Werner Vogels. By the way, have you guys, one of the best things that I've seen on internet so far is reinvent Werner. Is that how you say his name? Werner? Yeah, this key. Let's actually do a little bit of reaction content, because why not? I'm going to put this on mute, and I hope you guys can hear the desktop audio.
Increases in traffic for events such.
Were you guys able to hear that? All right, so this is what I wanted to show. This is a great skit that the AWS people did to showcase things like eventual consistency.
Have you ever thought about the world? All of its goings on? How chaotic it might be? You probably see it when you get your coffee, or when you turn on your laptop, or when you detangle all of the wires underneath your desk.
Oh, of course. I often say the world is asynchronous.
Now imagine a world that is ordered, synchronized, one by one. Would you like to see that world?
Sure.
Nope.
Where's your sense of adventure? Look, if you take the blue pill, our story ends here and this conversation never happened. If you take the red pill, I'll show you a more ordered world, one that is synchronous.
What about the yellow one?
Oh, that's just a jelly bean. Banana. All I'm doing is offering a simulation.
Welcome to their synchronous world. Or their depiction of, at least.
Here you go.
Thank you. I'll need a minute.
Oh, take your time.
Burger and fries?
One at a time, please, sir.
Burger?
Anything else?
Fries?
Excellent.
What do you guys think so far? You don't get a copyright strike? I might. It's fine. It's worth it for this one. She's frying them one by one. Oh no. Oh no. It is a simulation.
This place is crazy.
No, this place is synchronous.
Well, this place sucks. And how did you get that so fast?
It's not how, but where. Shall we? It's for you.
Please welcome the Vice President and Chief.
That was their depiction of what if everything in the world was synchronous instead of asynchronous. And I think Anthony's message of like YouTube chat is checking eventually consistent, the eventual consistency comment, that kind of somehow reminded me of this. I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, the real world is not synchronous, it's asynchronous. Things don't happen one by one, or like you don't wait for things to happen. You just do things and communicate with each other, which is how asynchronous works. But then I think the point of this was that we try to build our systems, our software, always as a synchronous thing. As like you make a request, you wait for it to respond back. You get the response and then you do something else. And I think this is a pretty good depiction of that. That's not actually how the world works. So you might actually want to embrace asynchronous. Yeah, synchronity is boring. Even if only more software developers understood that. Alright, let's get back to this. I haven't seen any copyright warnings on my YouTube so far, so it looks like everything should be fine. Just want my internet up down to be synchronous. Can't wait for that fiber. Yeah, that's the only thing. Alright, so the yes button, when you click on it, it's going to place the order. Once it's done, it's going to redirect you to the order page. Let's see if this works. You're going to cd into front end, and this, we're going to start it, and we're going to come in here. I can make this smaller. It's running, refresh. You ain't doing nothing else. The world becomes synchronous when you're sneezing. Yeah. Sneezing. What? My cat just like randomly comes to me and headbutts my legs. What do you mean next router was not mounted? I've never seen this error. Was used outside a Nextjs application? What? How can it be used outside a Nextjs application? What? What? Oh, I need next navigation, not next router. See, Copilot is not always helpful. Kitten. Yes, I have a kitten. She's not a kitten, she's too big to be a kitten. Way too big. Alright, so if we click yes, I should pull up the console so that we can see any errors. Looks like there is an error because nothing works on the first try. Nothing can ever work on the first try. Course policy, there we go. Okay, we have course issues. How do we handle course? I wish I had someone from Ampt in the chat. That would be amazing. Course. Nothing about course in here. API. Course. Are you anywhere here? Nope. Oh, I should turn this off and turn this back on. Oops. I accidentally went to the starting soon screen. I don't know how. The best thing about you is Lulu. Sure. I believe that. Do you believe that? Are you sure that's true? I don't think you do. Alright. What's the problem with course here? Do you speak Hindi? Yes. I speak Hindi sometimes. I haven't spoken Hindi in a long while because I used to have 2 roommates and I always talked to them in Hindi, but then they moved out and now I only talk to you guys and I always talk in English. So I very rarely talk in Hindi anymore. Drum set is cool, thank you very much. I play it sometimes. I try to play it sometimes. Okay, course, let's see. Is it because it's not running? Let's have the shell open so that, I guess the shell doesn't really show logs. Let's go backend and run Ampt in here. You can talk to ChatGPT in Hindi probably, yeah, but I don't want to. I'm a lot more comfortable talking in English. Logs, can I do that? No. Okay, how do I see logs? Let's see. Auto deployment, reseed org app, dev build, login, logout. What are these for? Oh, I guess I can use this to start it locally. So let's do ampt dev. Oh, missing script. I guess I don't have any scripts here. So okay, it is running. Can I do clear? I can do clear. Okay, that's why it would be a good practice. If that's something you wanted to practice anyway, I wish I could speak multiple languages. Yeah, speaking multiple languages is fun. Yeah, I've practiced Hindi my entire life. I don't need to practice it much. I'll get enough practice when I get enough practice when I talk to my friends and my family. Should make content with it. You would pick up like 20x followers because you're missing out on folks that speak Hindi. I mean, I feel like it might be a bit undeserved or underserved. There's like a 1 letter difference between the two. The problem is I don't know. Yeah, I definitely consider it, like doing content in Hindi. I'm not sure if I want to because like my primary audience is here, especially once I get a developer relations job. Then it's not just my audience, but it's also my job. That's all entirely English speaking. And if I happen to like make content for India, especially if it's for like a conference or some sort of a meetup in India, then I can do some Hindi. This is what ChatGPT says when you ask it in Hindi. Can you say, हाँ मैं हिंदी बोलता हूँ, किसी मदद कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ? Yeah, that is yes, I speak Hindi. How may I help you? You'd have to talk about Java. There's a surprising number of .NET people in India as well. What's up, Gabriel? Nice to have you here. How the hell do I have 18 viewers? What am I doing that I have 18 viewers? I still don't know how to fix the course issue. Maybe it's in HTTP. It's not. Okay, let's look at logs then. When I was learning to code, I noticed 95% plus of videos about Java were all created by Indian dudes. Yeah, I have noticed that. You're smart, collaborative, and communicative. Okay, thank you. If you were talking to me, I appreciate the compliments. Thank you very much. But who asked? Alright, let's try to do this again. Oh, refresh. That was the answer to why you had 18 viewers. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Looks like I immediately dropped down to 15 after that comment, but thank you very much. I'm here, remember? Yeah, it's because Scott is here. Like, yeah, I'm smart, collaborative, communicative. Yeah, those help. But really the main secret is that Scott Steinlake. I still not sure how to say your last name, but Scott is here. That's why we have more people here. That was not for you, Alice. That was for me. Alright, do we have any logs here? No logs available. Refresh. How are there no logs? Are you kidding me? Not even a log for this. Huh. If an opaque response serves your needs, says it requested no course. Okay. I don't know where I need to change this setting. Can I? Let's see. Might be something in here. The schema, there's middleware. Might be a middleware. This is a function, right? No, it's not a function. It's a handler. Okay, I don't need the middleware. I think I need to pass a middleware here. Undefined, undefined. I can add a middleware like this. Let's just say console.log. Someone call the API. Alright. Is there no way to see logs here? Logs. CLI, okay. And share, deploy, install, uninstall, run, import, export. Okay. No logs here. Okay, I can see the logs here. I saved it, updated your code. Now if I try to run this again, am I going to see logs? I am not. A few people don't know how to take compliments and you're helping them to do so. Thanks for that. Someone called the API. Okay, so we are hitting the API, that's right. But looks like there's course somewhere. When you were in FSJam, I'm pretty sure you told me to pronounce it like that because that's how I pronounce it. I may double sure I was saying it right. Steinlog-E. Steinlog-E. Interesting. That's very interesting. That's good to know. When am I coming on FSJam, Anthony? Actually, I still don't know what I'm going to talk about. Like, Jen invited me to teach Gen Tech, I don't know how many months ago, and I still have no idea why I should go. Like, what am I even going to talk about if I go on one of these shows? Now, if I go like a month, like if I go after a month in May or in June, I can talk about Clerk. But right now I don't have much to talk about really. Have you done any spaces on, or like any podcasts on infrastructure from code? I think once I make like, if I can make Serverlesspresso in like 2 or 3 different tools, I think I can be a self-proclaimed expert on infrastructure from code, and then I can go around how to deploy a Docker container or something. Why? Like, those are useless skills. I don't want to teach useless skills. We should make FSJam 3 hosts. Yeah, like Miami Jam worked great with 3 hosts. It was 1 host talking all the time and 3 hosts on screen. Alright. So if this is being hit, is it another issue? Is it not actually a course issue? That's possible. Let's add a console log here. Checking if store is open. Deploying Docker containers is one of the least useless skills ever. I mean, really depends. Where are you deploying a Docker container? You can deploy a Docker container into a box, like you SSH into a box and you deploy it literally with Docker pull and Docker run. Or you can deploy it to something like Fargate or Cloud Run or Heroku. We covered Lambda Dragon, so we hit, yeah. Oh, there's so much more to talk about. Like, you linked the state of infra as code article. I think this is one of the best articles put together so far. Where is it? It's on Clotho. It's on Clotho. Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, this one. I think if I talk about infrastructure from code, all I would be doing is like giving a summary of this article, which is, yeah. Doesn't matter where you deploy, the point is you need to be able to run a thing somewhere. If you don't know how to deploy it anywhere, then you're screwed. Yeah, so then it becomes like how to deploy a Docker container to X, to Y, and to Z. Like you have, it's not just about how to deploy a Docker container, it's about how to deploy a Docker container to this one service. Because every service has different ways to deploy Docker containers. The Nacer. Hello, I'm from Meghalaya. Hi, thanks for showing up. Great to have you here. Good morning to you. Saw this article the other day and it was great. Yeah, this is it's a great article to just get a recap on what infra from code is, or what the state of like the different tools is. Deploying to Cloud Run has been a pain in my ass so far. Yeah, just I don't know. Like Cloud Run, is that like, are you logged into Google Cloud? Is that why you're deploying to Cloud Run, or can you pick different technologies? Because if you're deploying a container, I would just recommend use flight control and deploy to AWS. Like if you cannot use something like infra from code, I would recommend like if you want to deploy containers, use flight control. If you want to deploy serverless functions, use SST. These are like the two. These are probably going to be my two biggest recommendations. So you're in Science is Dope Discord. Oh hell yeah, fucking love Science is Dope. Cloud Run was terrible when I tried it. Yeah, these are going to be my two recommendations for deploying stuff on AWS very easily. This flight control for containers, SST for functions, or these apps. But you can also deploy like these apps with flight control, except that flight control will deploy them as containers, so you might want to use SST instead. But if you're logged into Google Cloud for some reason, then yeah, you'll have to deal with Cloud Run. Alright, checking if store is open. That's store is closed. Let's make a console log, placing order. Console log order placed. Alright, let's see how far we make it in this log trace. We can go in here, refresh. Why not Edgeo over flight control? I just don't know about Edgeo. I know. I know it's a terrible thing to say after being on multiple of your Twitter spaces and having collaborated, but I don't really know too much about Edgeo at this point. So I don't know what that says about JavaScript Jam, but yeah. I did. What podcast did you go to, Anthony, to talk about Edgeo? Was that I listened to one podcast episode. I don't remember which one it was, but it might have been PodRocket. Was it PodRocket that you spoke about Edgeo in? That's really like the biggest introduction that I had to Edgeo. Implement deploy previews to streamline QA process. Hope that is my golden ticket to convince them to go to Vercel. Is there? And Jamstack Radio. Okay, I was probably listening to the PodRocket episode then, because I remember. I remember the beautiful segues that the PodRocket hosts have to talk about their product, to talk about LogRocket. Gabriel, are you working with like a specific framework? Are you working with like Nextjs or Remix or some SvelteKit, something like that? Or what are you deploying on Cloud Run? Because if it's a full stack application, if it's a user facing application, then it should almost certainly be on Vercel. you really like Vercel's DX is just way too good to not use Vercel. Who are you? Alice is one of my childhood friends. I'm too tired for complicated thought, but I would like to discuss this more. Thank you for being a good person and you're welcome. Oh, the thing about not knowing how to take compliments, yeah. It's an interesting conversation. All right, let's see what we see in the logs now. Refresh. Oh, so it literally like stopped at middleware. There's no other logs. Okay, so it looks like at some point it has the core stuff. Do I know what E is? Why is it complaining? Void is not assignable to that. Oh, it's expecting to return something from this middleware. Let's see, what do we need to return? Middleware handler. It's looks like a function. Okay, let's look at the documentation. Let's see what it's expecting. Getampt.com. You're not nobody, Alice. You're the exact opposite of nobody. Alright, where do I see middleware? Middleware. Reveal your secrets. We have separate teams for backend frontend using Next for frontend. Next for frontend, Nest for the backend. I'm pushing towards deploying Vercel. So I know that I'm the one who said don't use Next for backend. Next is not a backend framework, but I'm still curious on why you need a separate backend, especially Nest at that, because it seems like Next and Nest is a very weird combination, because your front end is like fully serverless, it's on Next, but then you have a monolith Nest backend that you need to run on containers. So it's a very weird combination. Like you basically lose all the advantages you get by having a serverless front end because you have a non-serverless backend. I hope that makes sense. We should go with Anthony and I to render ATL event in Miami next week. What? Render ATL event in Miami? There's a render ATL event in Miami? Not sure what that is. When I arrived at the I don't have much saying in that, but yeah. Yeah, I guess in that case like deploying to Vercel is probably not a good idea then. Because again, you're not really taking advantage of the serverless architecture because your backend is not serverless. Yes, Next is not a backend framework, Jetpack. That's literally my biggest video. If you go to my channel, you can just literally sort by popular, and it's this video here, what Theo won't tell you about Nextjs. You might want to check this out. It's in the evening. Okay. I mean, whatever event is happening in Miami, the 3 days I'm there, I'm trying to attend all of them. So yeah, thanks for letting me know. If you can like DM me more details about that, I'll definitely try to make it there. I'm trying to make it to render ATL. I just got my work authorization, which means I will be working as a developer advocate in next month, which means I can probably just ask my employer to pay me or to like sponsor me to go to render ATL. Calling Nextjs a backend framework, so it's so infuriating. Hate it when people call it full stack framework. Calling it backend framework is even more wrong. Anthony, I have something interesting for you. Next.js is a backend framework. Have you seen this video? It's literally titled Nextjs is a backend framework, and it's the most watched video on Vercel. It's the most popular one on Vercel's YouTube channel. It's a backend framework. Mute this and watch my video. Okay, sure. Live streams are more important, but okay. Of course I have. Yeah, of course you have. Yeah, the funny part is that in that same he published he had this talk for Nextjs conference, and in the same conference there was a fireside chat between Kelsey Hightower and Guillermo Roch. Guillermo Roch? I don't know I still don't know how we say a lot of names. I'm just gonna call him Guillermo. Okay. There was a fireside chat between Guillermo and Kelsey, and in that same conference, and Kelsey was like, okay, we have Next.js, it's for the front end, but what about the back end? Like, he'd said it out loud that Next.js is a front end thing and not a back end thing. In that same conference, where Theo had a talk called Next.js is a back end framework. Thinking publish a Nest app on serverless functions, not sure about it, but that is my understanding. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. That doesn't mean it's a good idea, but you can do it. The problem is Nest is not built for serverless functions. I don't know how to say CHER, share like the singer. I know Guillermo. It's just the Roch. Is it Roch? Rouch? Alright, I'll need to figure out what to do about this core stuff. I'm not sure. Share. Guillermo? Really? Guillermo? It's not Guillermo, it's Guillermo? Alright, you guys are messing with me. I need to stop looking at chat and try and do work now. He's from Argentina? Yeah, I figured. I mean, I figured that he's from, or not from the US, and probably from some Spanish-speaking country, or, I don't know, Spanish, Portuguese, whatever. One of those two. Sounds weird, but trust me. They tell people, source, trust me, bro. Why they tell people who are gonna have meetings with him how to say it right? The last pronunciation was good. Guillermo? That's good. That's the proper pronunciation. Okay. Hey, everyone mispronounces my name, so at this point I don't really concern myself with like name pronunciations. Like, my name is spelled D-E-V, but it's not actually Dev. But I cannot bother. I don't want to bother like explaining to everyone why my name is said differently. So I'm fine with Dev. My throat hurts again. Too much talking. Alright, course. Hold on, I'm interested in what? It's Dave. Yeah, it's Dave, but the D is also said differently. So the better way to say it, better way to like spell it might be that. So Dave, but the D sound is the D. It's not like D sound as in Dave, but it's Dave. Like the tip of your tongue touches your teeth. But at this point, if you call me Dave in front of anyone, they're probably just going to get confused. So stick to Dev. Why did I close Ampt docs? Okay. There's nothing for course here. These are just for routes and middleware. That's the object, API request, API response. Do I want to do this? Can I just return E and satisfy TypeScript? Yeah, I can. Okay. So let's see what the event object looks like here. Alright, give the logs a couple seconds to show up. Let's see if it's real time. Really? No real time? I have to refresh? Let's copy this. Oh, never mind. I can just look at this. Request, okay. Path name. You're accepting everything. There's dev.dev would be a cool AF domain. Yeah, exactly. If only it was available. So, okay, that's where the API is. Origin, protocol, okay. There we go. That's the origin for the request. What exactly does course do? I think I'm going to do something very weird. Let's look at what this course package does. Maybe this gives us some insight into how we can implement course on our own instead of relying on the SDK. So it's origin allowed, configure methods. Where is the exported function in here? You can share it in the stream. Adjective Allison. That's the middleware wrapper, course middleware. Options, callback. I'll just do next. Okay, looks like this is just going next. I don't know what else we can do here. There's no one from Ampt in the chat. Agrawal.dev. Yeah, and the problem with any domains that like have my last name is that they're almost never going to be spelled correctly, because there are like 1,000 ways to spell that word. Start learning Vim as a plugin in VS Code. Truth is, it's really nice if you remember all the shortcuts. Yeah, Vim is really nice. I don't disagree. It just has a learning curve, and I don't have the time and energy to go through that right now. Interjection, that's what you searched. Nice. Okay. I think the reason they don't have any course related documentation is because they're probably expecting their API to be used directly by the front end that's also deployed here. Let's see if there's someone active in their Discord who can help. I can't find. I think I can move this here. That's fine. Course related. Can't find any documentation. Oops. To hit my API from an external front end, and let's screenshot the error. Do you know any other languages besides Hindi? Yes, I know English, which is what we are using right now to talk. Wait, did it go or not? Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, let's see if there's anyone active there. Yeah, I know what you meant. I don't know any other languages. I grew up in a part of India where Hindi is the only language that we speak, so I wasn't able to learn any other languages. That's a pretty nice domain. We can buy all these domains and like sell them to porn websites for lots of money. Could be a legit business model, Adjective Allison. Alright, let's see if there's any other secrets that we can find in here. I think what I might do just instead is get rid of API and use this HTTP module instead. Let's try using this. So I'm going to comment out some of this. And this. And I'm going to import this. I guess I'll install Express. And let's do all of this. Don't need this anymore. I'm gonna use Express here. expressapp.use/express, and here I'm going to expressapp.post API order. Let's see what we're doing here. Let's try to copy this here. Console log. Checking if store is open. If it's not open, just throw a 404. Cool. Get the body. Should parse it out. UUID. It's supposed to be one of the easiest languages to learn. Nice. I think if I learn a language, it'll either be German or Russian. I want to learn German mostly just so that I can sing some of the Rammstein songs. Order placed. Alright, let's see if this endpoint works. Do I have the HTTP handler? Okay, I should put this at the end. Oh, now I see logs here. No, I guess logs do show up in the Ampt shell, okay. So they don't have to be only in logs here. That's good to know. Let's refresh. Alright, still a course issue, but let's see what's happening now. Someone called the API. Well, this should not show up anymore because this is commented out. I didn't see any other log here, so let's put a middleware here. And let's try to log it out, see what's happening here. Request. Mostly jealous of Europeans, they learn many languages. Yeah, both Europeans and Asians both. I guess for Asians it's less so because in some countries you don't learn English right from the childhood. In some countries you do. So like in India and I believe in Vietnam, like we learn, and of course there might be other countries as well, that like we are taught English right from the very beginning. And in some other countries like China, it's not that case. So most people, like pretty much everyone in India and in like these other countries, pretty much everyone knows English to a good extent. They might not be able to fluently talk in English. I remain unconvinced by your video. Okay, what are you still unconvinced by? Let me know. Call next here. Let's see if there is a request coming through here. Alright. Wait, options? What? Why is the request method options? Is that why I've been failing for so long? This is the post request. Why is it going through as options? Hindi seems like it would be quite difficult to learn. It depends on how you look at it. Like the syntax is a lot more strict, so in that sense like it is difficult to learn. But because the syntax and the pronunciation, everything is so strict, it's also easier in a sense because it's quite straightforward. Like it's not up to the interpretation. Like with English, like everything is like it's open to interpretation. You can interpret the same sentence in different meanings. You can structure the same sentence. I guess not structure it, but like there's a lot of quirks in English that don't exist in a stricter language like Hindi. Like if English is the JavaScript, Hindi is the Rust. And like many other strict languages, not just Hindi. Hard to get right? I would say it's the opposite. Like it's hard to get English right. It's easier to get Hindi right because the syntax is strict. So I guess it's hard to get right in terms of like writing or speaking, but in terms of trying to understand what someone else has written, what someone else is saying, it's easier. So it depends on the perspective really. Like for example, Rust is much harder for the developer, but it's much easier for the compiler to understand. Why is it coming as an options request though? I made it a post request. API routes exist. If you aren't running in a serverless environment, you can spin up job queues like buildmq for backend tasks. Okay. What does that have to do with Nextjs not being a backend framework? Also, what exactly are you unconvinced by? Adding serverless functions to a front-end framework, does it turn into a backend framework? It turns it into a front-end framework with serverless functions. Saying Nextjs is a backend framework, it's like saying Express.js is a backend framework, which is not. Nextjs is a full stack framework. Yeah, I would say it's a full stack framework. I wouldn't say it's a backend framework. Those two are very different things. A backend framework has to be built specifically to help you build backends. So like Ampt here is a backend framework. Next is not. It'll surprise me by saying something not in English, yeah. Why is it a options request? Do I not use fetch? Do I use something else? Not sure what's happening here. Can I not make a simple fetch request? Create T3 app is a fuller stack framework. Yeah, Create T3 app is more of a backend framework than simple Next.js. Things like Create T3 app and Redwood have a much better claim to be a backend framework than Next.js on its own. But they're still just a full stack framework, they're not a backend framework. Yeah, Create T3 app is Next plus other things. It's not just Next. It has Prisma and TRPC, which make it a better backend framework than just Next. But it's still not. It's still not as. It still doesn't give you enough backend capabilities. That's something like Nest or Ampt here will do. Right, API routes only, no React at all, bam, it's a backend only app. Yeah, it's a backend only app, it's just a very terrible backend only app. So it's just not a very good backend framework. Like, you cannot really make a proper backend by just writing API routes, because API routes is only one small part of what you need in a backend. So you can say it's an API framework. It's an HTTP API framework. It's not a backend framework. API routes is just one part of backend. It has nothing to say about separating code, about separation of concerns, about modularity. It has nothing about data access. It has nothing about dependency injection. It has nothing about event-driven or queues or asynchronous. What issues are you having? I've been mostly on chat. I am telling me I can't write a bit. No, you cannot write an entire backend in a single lambda, Anthony. Unless your backend is really small, really small. I'm having issues that I'm sending a post request, but somehow this is getting an options request. Wait, was that an issue with the other log? No, this is post. This is not options. Do I just log the entire request? My backend is average size. Damn. What do you mean it's the average size? How do you measure the size of your backend? I think I have a bigger backend than you do. Oh wow, object, that's very helpful. That is also very helpful. All right, let's see. Can't help. Converting. Oh, it's a fucking circular structure. All right. What does request have? It has nothing, because this doesn't have any type definitions. Wonderful to meet you. Pronounced correctly. Thanks for entertaining while I stay up past my bedtime. Thanks for existing. Thank you for the MVP. That's a lot of thank yous. Jealous of your backend. Rip your backend. Good night. Good night, Adjective Ellison. Nice to meet you as well. My backend was circular even before they were a thing. Alright, let's see. Got our type definitions now. Thank you. Alright, request body, request method. What else? URL. What else can you give me? Give me the headers as well. I swear there was a structure in there before. Probably was. Why is it options? I'm sending a post request. Network. Car setter. Why is it options? Are you kidding me? Does it not? Am I not using fetch properly? Am I going to have to look up fetch API MDN? Fetch API post request with JSON. Is this what I'm going to have to do? Yeah, it's not about the size of your backend really, it's about how you use it. Was I having the same problem with the API? So if I start this again, let me comment this out. If I bring this back, comment this out, and let's move this, let's say here. Alright, so now we have back. You can always scale your backend. Yeah, you can mess around with it a bit. It's a good way to scale it. Nicely refactor it. Okay, I'm out of analogies. That's all my effort into carrying this metaphor further. I'm done. I'm finished. Alright, public API, we have this here. Music is causing me to be sleepy as well. Didn't you just wake up? You can grow it depending on the customer needs. Yeah. Depending on how demanding the customer is, it might scale up or not. It's really up to the customer. Most people are focusing on features of scaling up, but that's the immediate scale down that saves you millions. Yeah, exactly. That's why we use serverless, so that you can quickly scale down to 0 as soon as the demand is gone, so that you can save all your costs. You don't have to spend extra money because your application is scaled up but no one's using it. That's a very painful thing. That's a very painful position to be in. Okay, apparently I wasn't done with the metaphor. But we tried this though, it was a post request here. For some reason it's turning... Okay, I guess let's try it again because why not? At this point I'm just going in circles. I don't have much to do. Alright, let's see what you have here. Let's first check it in here. And see if we are making a post request or an options request. Why is it options again? Is it options or is it post? It's post. Okay, now I am extra confused. Now I am extra confused. Request dot headers query URL. How do I, where's the method? Request, where's the request object? API request. Alright, there's the body, there's the query. Body is undefined, amazing. I guess it's underscore, we're not supposed to directly access it. Origin, protocol, host, hostname, port. Okay, I don't see the method in there. The only where I see this method is access control request method, and that's post. But here it's option. This is post, but this is options. Let's see if public API dot options. Let's see if this gets hit. Many customers who want ensure painless enduring service in case someone would be interested in. But serverless means there's no backend and there's no demand, and we haven't explored. Yeah, it's up to customers to inflate the backend. I mean, that's with serverless. Yeah, if you're not running serverless, then you have to like invest a lot of time and effort into trying to scale your backend. But if you're on serverless, the more as your customer demands increases, it automatically keeps scaling up. So that auto scaling is a really nice feature of serverless. All backend is reachable during quick requests by long-standing sessions that really strain the backend. Yeah, that's where serverless kind of loses its advantages. If you have long-running processes, then you might as well just deploy stuff into a container. But if I have long-standing sessions, yeah, containers are just better in that case. Elastic Beanstalk around for quite some time. Yeah, Elastic Beanstalk is like, it's their first attempt at making something that's auto-scalable. Also, thanks for taking us out of that metaphor, Scott. If that was the attempt at all, I don't know. Hi. Wanna come on my lap? No? No. ELB is over a decade old, but people hate it. Yeah, it's exactly like most AWS services. They're over a decade old, and most people still hate them. Like S3 was one of the first services that AWS ever released. AWS started with EC2, with S3, and with SQS. But there are still like, today there are people who are trying to get rid of S3. Entire industry conducting penetration tests on the back end. Okay, let's see if it's actually receiving an options request for some reason. Alright, I really hope it's not, because I'm very intentionally trying to make a post request. I would hate it if it turns out to be an options request. Okay, so I don't see the options console. I might wanna remove that for now. Clear it out. Okay, clear is not a command. Oh, there we go. Put it in all caps. Alright, someone called the API, but this was not, oh, here we go. This one was not hit. Very interesting. I have no fucking clue what's going on at this point. I'm making an HTTP request, a HTTPS request to this URL. It's the same thing that I was doing in Thunder client, and that never complained about CORS. If I do that, it still works. Did it create a new order? Should have. Looks like it did not. Are we past Nextjs Ampt capability? Should we tone it down a tad? Not sure what you mean. Alright, this is tiring me out at this point. We might just stop here. I'll wait for the Ampt people to respond to help me out with the core stuff. I haven't used it, so I can't give a super detailed answer, but I would imagine it's for similar reasons as most people hate AWS. Have bad DX, confusing pricing, fewer docs. Yeah, pretty much. From all the time I've used Express, which is quite low, I've always had course issues. Yeah, I'm not even using Express. I think Ampt is really, like, so far it's really they're really focused on building like a full stack deployment, which means you have your front end and back end in the same deployment on Ampt, so you never run into course issues. This might be like a new use case that they haven't experimented with yet, which is why there's no documentation about that. Or I might just be doing something wrong, because when I'm sending a request from Thunder client, it seems to be working fine. But when I'm sending a request from my browser, it's not fine. Is there anything else I can do in the fetch, maybe? I saw something in here. Response to pre-flight, blah blah blah. If opaque, this is coming from the server, because we know this is hitting the server. We are seeing the logs on the server. Do I get rid of the headers? Request mode to no course. How do I set request mode to no course? Trying to use fetch and pass in okay, so not gonna do that, I guess. Same origin, no course and course. Probably will have issues down the line. Yeah, I don't think that should be that should be an issue, or that should be the issue, because if it's working from Thunder client, I don't imagine, or I don't know why it's not working from the browser. I might have to like just do a detailed dive into what's the difference between the headers. But at this point, I'll probably just wait until I can hear from them, from the Ampt people. Someone tagged me in T3 Club. Twitter is straight up quote tweeted, yeah. Yeah, someone brought up that one of my tweets was quote tweeted by Dan Abramov. Thank you. Where is it? It's probably, which one was it? I don't remember. I don't remember which tweet that was. I'll just look for Dan Abramov. Yeah, here. Oh, this one. I was talking about Edge. And Dan Abramov quote tweeted it with a picture of Internet Explorer, which I believe he was trying to show the Edge browser by Microsoft instead of Internet Explorer, but he just put Explorer in there. Server is not accepting options request and the browser stops at any request to that domain. But it's not an options request though, it's like I'm trying to send a post request. Why is it even like thinking that it's an options request? Where does it get the idea that it's an options request? Sorry about that. Yeah, exactly. It's this Internet Explorer. But anyways, wait, what? Reported? Yeah, he's not following me, but he's still seeing some of my tweets from now and then. So that's a good thing. Alright, I have one final crazy thing that I can try here. Watch out. Not here. I'll need to go into my front end. And I'm going to npm install Axios, which is another thing that we should probably be avoiding, but why not? Let's try it out. Let's import from the browser. Has to always send options requests called pre-flight before it can send other. Oh, got it. The options is the pre-flight request. Options is not being handled, you might not have some issues. Okay. Thank you, Collins. So in that case, so it looks like the options request is the one that's failing. Is this something that only the browser does and other HTTP clients don't do it? Because when I'm making a request from my Thunder client, it's working, but here when I make a request from the browser, it's not working. Okay, looks like it's post this time. We're sending a payload and we're not getting a response. Wait, what status code? 200. That is correct, only the browser. Okay, got it. So how do we fix that? Like, not fix as in prevent it from sending the options request, but we handle it. Configure cores from the backend. Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but there's no documentation on how to configure cores for the Ampt API, so might have to do it manually. Do I do like public API dot options and on anything star, I guess, or anything, and I return something, what, I return a 200? Is it like that? Or is it dot use, let's have a dot use, that on, let's see, options, nothing for that. There was, oh, dot all, okay. Looks like not all of these are documented in the type definitions. See the course package from npm, okay. So I'm going to comment this back out. Oops. And I'm just going to use the express stuff again, I guess. Long time since doing backend dealing with course. Yeah. Something like set the response header to allow control, access control allow origin to a URL from the browser. Let me try using the course header for now and see if that works. Might have to install course. Import course from course. Okay. Let's see if that works. And I have my endpoint here. Express app and use node handler here. There we go. I'm going to keep that as it is. We have everything running. Let's see. Oh, cool. We got a 400. Undefined. Checking storage. Oh, right. Storage closed. Okay. So this worked, which means I might stick to Express for now until and figure out how we handle it in here, or we can try it now. Do that for any type of request. Good night, Scott. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks a lot. Response headers to access control allow origin. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. At this point, I'll just stick to using Express. Even though I literally just talked about how Express sucks and we should not be using it. Like for post options at least. Yeah, I think so. I think we might have to do that for any type of options request, not for post requests, because it's the options request that's failing. So whenever it receives an options request, it might have to respond with access control allow origin and the origin URL or the origin domain. And then when the browser receives that, then the browser can send the actual post request. Which is why now at this time we see it post. We don't see options anymore, because this middleware caught the options request and it responded. You have to do that for all the routes. Yeah, all the routes, but only the options methods. Like we didn't see options this time because it was it was dealt by this middleware, and then when it receives the post request later, that's when it made it down the pipeline. Okay, I think I get it now, but I'm still too lazy to implement it. So yeah. What's up? Come on. Okay, looks. I think my cat is probably hungry. She doesn't have food. Or she just wants my attention. Cat is very much like the Twitch chat in that sense. Collins, thanks for the follow. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for following. Thanks for helping me out. I was literally just about to give up. I think I can like... I know I'm still a little tired and my cheeks hurt. So I might stop here for today and then continue this tomorrow, or I don't know. I don't think I'll get enough time to like stream and work on this stuff this week or even next week. Once I graduate, I'll have all the time in the world. A cat wanting attention, crazy. I know, right? Have you ever met a cat that wants attention? Alright, let's... Oh, I guess I can get rid of Axios now. CD backend npm on Axios. How much till you graduate? 2 more weeks. April 28 is the graduation ceremony. I'm hoping I take a lot of photos. Alright, no more Axios. Get rid of that. I cannot be bothered to make git commits for now. I think next time I'll try to clean it up into a git repository that I can put on my GitHub. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Should we just stop or should we do some reaction before ending stream? Let's do some reactions. Anything fun on YouTube? Anything you guys want me to react to? Anything fun going on? What's up on YouTube? What are people doing on YouTube? Long live sequel. Should I react to Theo's video? I have thoughts on sequel. Should we react to this one? Have you guys watched it yet? Should we ask for Theo's permission before we react to his video on stream? Let's actually do that. I'll add Theo in D3. Theo, can I react to your vid on stream? I was going to watch it. Well, let's watch it here. Let me ask him. I mean, he's probably going to just say yes, but it doesn't hurt to ask. He gave blanket permission? Yeah. This is more of me trying to bait him into this chat. It's not like it's less asking permission and more like, hey, come to my chat. I'm going to watch your video live. I watched maybe like 3 Game of Thrones videos, and now it's half of my YouTube like For You page. Like, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's see, 6, 7. Half of my page is just fucking Game of Thrones at this point. I hate it. Alright, let's see what this is about. Let me know if the audio what the audio levels are like.
Theo, SQL's from the 80s. Why are you still using it now? There's all these awesome new solutions that are so much faster and better and ready for your JavaScript code bases. Why?
Faster and better and ready for JavaScript code bases. That's one way to put it, let's say.
Do you still use SQL? Well, let's talk about it. If you were familiar,
Okay.
SQL isn't from the 80s, it's actually from the 70s. The language originally was designed in 1974. Postgres
Sure.
started in the early to mid 80s, but it didn't become Postgres SQL until 96. 95 was when they first introduced SQL to it.
You should react to Theo's video, but just say wrong over and over throughout the entire video. Yeah, that's a fun way to grab
MySQL
someone's
started
attention.
in the same year of 95. These solutions have now been around for almost 30 years. You'd think something
Yeah.
would have come around that's better, right? Well,
Yeah.
kind of. We've seen everything from Mongo to Dynamo, as well as new proprietary things like Fauna and Zata, all trying to rethink how
Wait a second. Did he say that? What's wrong? Why are you stuck?
well, kind of. We've seen everything from
Alright, looks like we might have to switch to 720 for a bit.
Mongo to Dynamo, as well as new proprietary things like Fauna and Zata.
Who edited this? This is I'm pretty sure he was talking about Zata, not SATA. What is SATA? This is Zata that he was talking about. I don't know. I have no idea what this is.
All trying to rethink how data should be stored. And the harsh reality is, SQL's still the best standard. It's not going anywhere. Why is that? What are the problems with all these other things? Well, to put it frankly,
That's not Zata. Yeah. That was a setup to say the actual date of invention. Yeah. That was a setup to say that, wait, SQL's from the 80s. No, it's actually from the 70s. It's even older. I've watched this. I remember watching this live, but I'm still in, like, obviously, like, I was just watching live. I wasn't making any comments. So I think this is probably my opportunity to do a rebuttal.
it's not going anywhere. Why is that? What are the problems with
I've been planning like a whole SQL versus NoSQL and why I prefer NoSQL video for a long while now. This might finally trigger me to do it. I don't know. Like it's more like I haven't found the time and material to like start working on that video. It's just something that's been in my head for months now. And this video might I don't know. Let's see
harsh
what
reality
happens.
is, SQL's still the best
All right, now
standard.
it's
not going anywhere.
wait, no
Why
audio
is that?
now.
Theo, SQL's from the
All right, the audio is gone.
80s. Why are you
What?
still using it now? There's all
Why is the audio gone?
Playing from Lucifer.
Shut up. I never asked you to play anything.
these awesome new solutions that are so much faster
Do you
and
guys
better
hear
and ready
this?
for your JavaScript code bases. Why do you still use SQL? Well, let's talk about
Am
it.
I the
If you were
only one who
familiar,
doesn't hear this
SQL is
anymore?
From the
Are you guys
80s,
hearing it?
actually from the 70s.
Okay. Am I the only one not hearing this? I might have to restart my headphones. Might be my headphones disconnected.
The language
All right, I hear it now. Let's go.
originally was designed in 1974. Postgres started in the early to mid 80s, but it didn't become
He took it down mid-review just so you
Postgres.
couldn't. Yeah.
Something what things have followed a standard. They've mostly been focused in Zata, all
Let's see.
trying to rethink how data should be stored. And
Mm-hmm.
the harsh reality is, SQL's still the best standard. It's not going anywhere. Why is that? What are the problems with all these other things?
I agree with the statement that SQL is the best standard. I agree with that. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Well, to put it frankly, none of these other things have followed a the standard. They've mostly been focused on gimmicky features and fancy additions like adding GraphQL on top of SQL. Some bad news for you. GraphQL wasn't meant to replace SQL. GraphQL was meant to be a query language for your front end to get data from your back end such that you make one schema
Agreed.
and everybody can fulfill it on every side. That's nothing like SQL. SQL is for querying structured data from a relational database.
That's nothing like SQL. I get that GraphQL was invented not to replace SQL, but for front end, back end, or like client server communication, not for server database communication. But I still haven't heard a technical argument on why GraphQL is bad for that job. Like maybe if you're using a GraphQL CRUD layer on top of SQL layer, in that case, like you're sending GraphQL requests, but they are translated into SQL by the database or by the server. That's problematic. But if you can like somehow directly talk to a database software with GraphQL instead of with SQL, I still don't see why that's technically a bad thing. Like I get that that's not the purpose of GraphQL. That's not why GraphQL was invented. I'm getting cold. Give me a second, turn down my AC. It should also help with the background noise a bit. But yeah, is there an article or a video on like why GraphQL should not be used to directly talk to a database? I still don't get it fully. But we'll let it go.
It's still really good for that, as long as you need a relational database. The harsh reality is, most of us need relational databases.
This is the argument that I think heavily misrepresents NoSQL, that they're not relational. That's just categorically false. And it's more of a marketing failure on MongoDB's side when they first came out. They said that we are unstructured, you can store however, it's not relational, it's unrelational. But the fact is that things like MongoDB make you think of your relational, or make you think about the relations in your data a lot more than something like SQL does, which is why I like NoSQL. Because there are different types of relations. In SQL, there's just one type of relation. I mean, there's one-to-one, one-to-many, but it all just comes down to a foreign key. A foreign key is the only way to make a relation in a SQL database. You connect one row to another with a foreign key. That's it. With MongoDB, with DynamoDB, with NoSQL databases, with different kinds, you can do different kinds of data modeling, and you can build different kinds of relations. What's up, Nexel? We're talking about SQL. Yeah, I agree. Most of us need relational databases, and I think MongoDB is just a better relational database than Postgres.
SQL is a phenomenal syntax for querying databases, updating databases, and accessing and changing data within them. And relations make it much easier to change the shape of our database over time. If you know day one what your database is going to look like, you're confident it's almost never going to change, and you need it to scale to billions of rows. Maybe take a look at some of these new solutions like Dynamo, but for the average user in the
I disagree with that.
vast majority of applications, the flexibility a relational data model gives you is more than worth it. It's almost essential for productive development. This has come at costs, though. The SQL standard was built in an era where everybody kind of just ran servers. Like, if I needed to get data or serve a website back in the day, I'd have a server or an old laptop in my garage, plugged into Ethernet, running Linux on it, that I would SSH into, make some quick changes to a config file, and now access, expose, or do whatever I need to that database. But there was a machine.
Let's actually, let me change the stream title. Ranting about SQL and NoSQL. I'm also going to post it on Twitter so that we can get some more people. Ranting about SQL and NoSQL. I don't need HTTPS.
running 24.
Here's Facebook blog post in 2015, why they built GraphQL. We were frustrated with the differences between data we wanted to use in the apps. We don't think data in terms of resource URLs. We think about in terms of graph of objects. Yeah, so GraphQL is also, it naturally follows a relational structure, which is why, like, when Theo specifically said here, I don't know what's wrong with
Query language
YouTube.
for your front end to get data from your back end, such
Yeah.
that you make one schema and everybody can fulfill it on every side. That's nothing like SQL. SQL is for querying structured data from a relational database.
SQL is for querying structured data from a database. That's what GraphQL is. That's exactly also what GraphQL is. So, yeah, I don't get this argument.
Speed a connection can be made, and the number of connections you can make didn't matter a whole lot. Nowadays, not only does it kind of matter, it matters a lot, because we're not running servers 24/7. We spin up a server.
Yeah, are you talking about this video in Excel? You disagree with this video? Because I don't disagree with the entire video. I disagree with, like, I'll make a
every
more,
request when
I'll give a more structured rebuttal on this video in a
we
while,
use things
once
like
it's done.
Edge and Lambda, which means we have to make a new connection every time someone asks for data. A lot of these new solutions, like Mongo, offered better connection methods. To be frank, offer way
Congratulations, Nexel.
better performance in serverless environments. And that's a big part of what people are talking about when they say things like web scale. It seemed for a bit like SQL wasn't going to be able to keep up. And I had my concerns too. I was leaning into the Mongo direction for a little bit during college. The combination of new tools like bouncers, HTTP forwarders, and the crazy stuff PlanetScale's doing with database.js have more than resolved these performance issues. On top of that,
True.
the innovation around the storage layer through things like Vitesse or Cockroach
True.
have allowed for the actual data layer to scale to absurd sizes. MySQL is still the database that all of YouTube runs on. It's what all of Uber runs on, all of GitHub, all of these platforms. And they use things like
I feel like if you do as much content as Theo, you're gonna run out of good takes. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't, like, this is not a Theo specific take. This is like a majority of people out there have the same take, unfortunately.
pass underneath MySQL to actually scale that storage to whatever levels they need to. If it was still difficult to get performance at scale from SQL, then it would be worth forgoing the standard and moving to something new. And honestly, I do really like the idea of an external
All right,
provider.
let's hear your
managing
hot
my
take,
database for
Nexel.
me. I don't want to think about these things anymore. I don't want to have to spin up a new instance and migrate my RDS cluster when I hit a new capacity limit. I just want to read and write to my database. And SQL, crazy enough, is still the best way to do that. It has been a phenomenal experience.
Maybe.
I am surprised how many people work hard to make SQL the best option at all times. On the rare occasions somebody pushes something that really does make developers' lives better, the SQL world gets it not too long after. And in the end, I always find myself reaching for whatever SQL data.
Most of Theo's takes are takes from people on Twitter. He rarely has his own takes. That is definitely a hot take, Nexel. You're doing relations wrong would be an interesting video. Yeah, that's probably a good title for that video that I'm thinking of. I use SQL with an ORM. Yeah, most people do that. That's fine. It's not possible to say whether he took their takes or, yeah, it's really not a, I like, yeah, I agree with Anthony that it's very hard to verify that Theo's takes are Theo's takes his own, or are they from people on Twitter? Also, like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, saying that your takes can either be your own or you can borrow them from people on Twitter, because most of the times your take is just a combination of the two. Like, it's a combination of what you hear other people say and how much you engage with that, how much you think of that yourself, and how much you draw from your own experiences. It's a combination of the two. It's never just one or the other. But I think I think this distinction of, like, is this your own take or is this someone else's take? The difference there is how much you critically think about your takes and how much you rely on your experience. Like, you can just listen to someone saying something and just parrot it back without really completely understanding what that means. in that case, it's someone else's take. But if you hear someone else say something, you try to like critically understand it, you analyze it, you relate it with your own experience, and then you say that take, then you say that same thing. In that case, now it's your take. Even if it's the exact same take as what a lot of other people are saying, that's still your own take. 074724. What's up, Dax? How's it going?
The SQL world gets it not too long after. And in the end, I always find myself reaching for whatever SQL database is the easiest.
My TLDR, I mean, I just started watching this, or not just, we have been watching it for a while and saying things. I'll try to give a more structured rebuttal to it. But basically the idea is that Theo is wrong, which happens quite a bit, I guess.
And scale to my use case. And there will always be wonderful tools, everything from Prisma to Drizzle to Keasley to all sorts of great things in the other ecosystems. I know Active Record and Rails, for example. SQL as a standard gives us so much power, and I think we're a little too excited to leave it. And if that worked, we would have long ago. This is not the first time SQL has died, and it certainly won't be the last. But in the end, I'll still be using SQL for most of my databases.
All right, my YouTube is lagging a bit, so I get the point. Like, I watched it live as well. Let's see if we can try to give it some structure. SQL or no SQL. So I have a much longer, much more detailed rant about this planned, but I don't know if I want to do it right now. So the argument is, do we have anti-SQL haters in chat? That's a double negative, so you mean SQL lovers? I don't know if we have SQL lovers in this chat. We definitely have SQL lovers in a lot of other places. Funes LVT, thanks for the follow. Ariel, thanks for the follow. I use Dynamo a ton, yeah. We have a SQL lover in chat, Roy. Roy is the SQL lover, I think. All right, so we have SQL, we have no SQL. So one of Theo's arguments is that SQL is the best standard, and I agree with this because we don't really have any other standards. We hating on NoSQL right now? No, the opposite. I love NoSQL. We are hating on SQL right now. But first, like, I have to try to steel man it. So SQL is the best standard. I agree, because NoSQL doesn't really have standards. That's the whole point of NoSQL, is that it's everything that's not SQL. So it's not, I don't think it's really possible to standardize NoSQL. So I agree with this, that it's the best standard, but it's mostly because it's not possible to standardize NoSQL. So that's kind of a caveat that's attached to this argument. Postgres has plugins. MySQL is different. Postgres, I mean, I know you guys can talk about NoSQL and MySQL and Postgres, but I'm kind of clumping all SQL databases together for now. Don't really care about like what are the differences between MySQL and Postgres. Why do people have opinions when they haven't mastered both things? Yeah, so that's the other argument that I think is valid here. So the other thing here is that there is an assumption that standards are good. So I agree that SQL is the best standard, but there are a couple caveats attached to it. It's the best standard because we don't have any other standards, especially with NoSQL. Like, we cannot really make NoSQL into a standard. And there's also an assumption that you want things that are standard, which is usually like, yeah, sometimes it's good. It's good when you're trying to like move across projects. If you're trying to jump from one project into another, if every project out there is using SQL, then yeah, you don't have to learn a new standard or a new way to like work with databases when you go from one project to another. So in that case, standards are good, but most of the time they're not. Like, we have web standards and everyone's trying to like put something on top of it because web standards are not good. We have something like web components, which no one uses because it's not a good standard. SQL is declarative until you're digging into the query planner. I've used literally everything and it has all worked out because I'm a baller. That's my actual take. Yeah. You're giving SQL hint. So Dax's take is probably the one that I align with the most, which is that use SQL if you can, or like use SQL as a default choice because it's easy to understand and it's like everywhere. Everyone knows what SQL is, but you should try to like use NoSQL if you can. Are we discussing the query language, or I think we're discussing kind of a combination. Relational versus non-relational is a myth. There is no non-relational data. There is no non-relational database. This is your real take. Let's see what your real take is, Dax. Much important lesson. Yeah, this is the tragedy of Mongo. Yeah, I'm going to probably refer to this a lot. Listen to Rick Houlihan's. I don't know who that is, Rick Houlihan. These are mostly like, is the only one of you who's going to be rich? Is it because I know is that because I know what event-driven architecture is? Is that why I'm going to be rich? Can someone just skip the bullshit and tell me what DB to use so I don't have to think about this stuff? So there we go. Yeah, if you don't want to think about this stuff, then you probably just want to go with the standard. So just pick SQL. If you don't want to think about what your data looks like, just use SQL. Because that's the whole point of it being a standard, that you don't want to think about it. Anything that's been around for 10 years, yeah. Use MySQL, use Postgres, if you don't want to think about it. The problem with not thinking about it is that it's very hard to optimize it for literally anything. I think I feel a sneeze coming. Okay, I feel a sneeze coming, but it's not coming out yet, so I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna talk about. I'm not gonna read that theory stuff, hey, Anthony. I don't know how detailed I want to go into my everything that I had planned for the SQL NoSQL rant. I don't know. Okay, let's watch more of his video. Oh, GraphQL was the other thing.
Anywhere. Why is that?
GraphQL, yeah. So his argument was that SQL is a way to query relational data. This was, Theo said this about SQL, and then said that GraphQL is nothing like that. So GraphQL is not this, which is why it's a terrible choice for talking to a database, which is another thing I'm not sure I understand. Can I make this thicker? No. Is to work on a graph database. Yeah, graph databases are cool, but we're talking about GraphQL, which is like, okay, listen to this, Dax.
What are the problems with all these other things? Well, to put it frankly, none of these other things have followed a standard.
All right, my YouTube is bugging. I'm just going to 720.
GraphQL wasn't meant to replace SQL. GraphQL was meant to be a query language for your front end to get data from your back end, such that you can make one schema and everybody can fulfill it on it.
No, GraphQL is not the query language for graph databases.
For your front end to get data from key features and fancy additions like adding GraphQL on top of SQL. Some bad news for you. GraphQL wasn't meant to replace SQL. GraphQL was meant to be a query language for your front end to get data from your back end, such that you can make one schema and everybody could fulfill it on every side. That's Nothing like SQL.
So you can make one schema and you can use it for any sort of a query. How is that nothing like SQL? I mean, that feels like it's exactly the same as SQL. I mean, you use GraphQL to query relational data. You make a relational schema in GraphQL for your client-server communication, right? So just because it was meant as a client-server thing, why does that mean it cannot be used on top of a database? So that's one thing that I don't get about just about the GraphQL stuff. But that aside, I want to talk more about NoSQL. There is an argument going around that NoSQL is for non-relational, non-structured data, which is just straight up false. It's just not accurate. Yes, bust this myth. So we talked about like SQL is a standard. You can use SQL if you don't want to think about your data, what your data looks like, what your data is structured like, what the schema of your data is, what the relations of your data is, because the only way to create relations in SQL is foreign keys. Relations are foreign keys. That's it. There is no other way to declare a relation between two pieces of data in SQL than foreign keys. That's the only option you have. Have a good stream. Thank you very much, Roy, for showing up. In that sense, something like MongoDB or DynamoDB is a better relational database than any SQL database, because there are different types of relations you can make. And those relations, you can optimize them to your use cases. So you can have, let's say, you can have embedded. You can embed one document. You can embed multiple documents. Foreign key isn't the only way to do relations in SQL. What are some other ways, Nexel? How else do you do it? And you have foreign keys. How do you focus on your relations with a woman? I don't know. I'm not an expert in that area, unfortunately. I mean, even just the ability to add embedded documents and subdocuments in NoSQL databases, that on its own just like accelerates your ability of like, or that gives you multiple different ways to declare relationships. Like if you have two pieces of data that you're always looking at together, that you're always reading together, you can embed them so that you don't have to you don't have to query them separate times. You don't have to have two separate queries for two pieces of data that are related together. You can just embed them and you're done. You don't have to have a foreign key. You only need a foreign key if you're accessing those two pieces of data separately. And that's the problem with SQL, is that it locks you into this one kind of relation where in a normalized model you have different tables, and you'll just end up with a lot of joins because all your relations are foreign keys. You don't have any other, you cannot embed things into each other. If you do, now obviously like you don't have to follow a normalized data model, but of course no one does that with SQL. Everyone creates a normalized data model. Cascade deletes as an alternative to foreign keys. Shared V indexes, cascade deletes. Cascade deletes rely on foreign keys, I'm pretty sure. Shared V indexes, I'm not sure what that is. Let's look at that. Shared V indexes. And if Vitess has this, that means it's not a part of the standard. Shared indexes, shared indexes. Is this what you're talking about, Nexel? I mean, I don't see anything about SQL in here. Do you have a link to this shared v indexes, Nexel? Thanks for all the new follows. 4KG KGOTIT official. I don't know how to say the full thing. And Funs Funes LBT. Neptune is fake serverless. Yes, it is. And so is Aurora from what I've heard. Yeah, you can post links. Neo4j. Okay. I'm not sure why you guys are talking about graph databases in Neo4j. You send the link. I mean, yeah, first of all, if it's a Vitess only thing, that means it's not a SQL feature, it's a Vitess feature. So it's that on its own like automatically makes it irrelevant to this argument. I'm not gonna dig into that because again, it's just an irrelevant piece of argument. SQL isn't a standard. Wait, Theo said it's a standard. Again, I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing against Theo and his video and everyone else who shares this understanding that SQL is the best standard for relational databases. It's an incomplete standard, yeah. Again, it's because like it's not possible to standardize NoSQL stuff, because that's the whole point of NoSQL is that you model the data to your use cases. You don't have this one standard that you always have to follow, because that's not a good thing sometimes. Sometimes you want to customize the model as you see fit, so that you can get better performance, so that you can get better developer experience out of it. You don't have to do a bunch of joins. You can just work with single documents instead of like five different tables for a simple operation. Yeah, I don't think I can go on this rant without giving it a proper structure, so I'm probably just going to end it here. But yeah, the main point is that, first of all, SQL is a standard. It's just not a very good standard. It's something that you should use if you don't want to think about your data model. It's something that what NoSQL DB do you use? I've only used MongoDB so far. I guess I'm starting to use DynamoDB now that I'm working on this. This is from this uses DynamoDB under the hood, so this is likely my first exploration into DynamoDB and wide column store, so that's going to be fun. And then you get developers that just tack stuff onto objects with no standardized data model. Query becomes defensive programming exercises. Is that Dynamo through Ampt? Yes. Yes. I mean, is that even a question? What serverless tool is not using Dynamo? I really hated their abstraction. Are you talking about Ampt? This one? I'm not, yeah. I don't see how this is a bad abstraction. This is all they give you a get and a set. That's pretty much all you need with Dynamo. What's wrong with this abstraction, Dax? You have a get and a set. Isn't that all you need for a KV store? I wouldn't say all databases are fucked. I would say, okay, let me put it like this. So when you're writing any sort of a software, I can't tell if you're joking. Hey, I haven't used Dynamo. I'm primarily a MongoDB person. This is my first time getting into DynamoDB. Like I know a little bit about DynamoDB modeling, that you have like partition keys and sort keys, and you can use those for like you can have a document and with a partition key and with different sort keys you can have different pieces of data in there. but I don't really know too much beyond that about Dynamo. Single table design. Yeah, I'm coming from Mongo, so I don't think I'll have that many issues with single table design. I'm not coming from SQL. I mean I have used SQL a lot, but I think a lot more in terms of like MongoDB modeling now, or like JSON modeling, document modeling. There's definitely differences between document modeling and single table design, but yeah, let's see how it goes. But yeah, I was talking about all databases are fucked. So you can pretty much extend that to like every piece of software, every kind of like architecture decision that you can make about software. That's fucked. The entire point of software architecture is trade-offs. STD, single table design, yes. Whatever decision you make, no matter what, it's going to have trade-offs. So it's never going to be all roses or all terrible. There's always something positive and something negative that comes out of making a decision, and you just have to make sure you're making the correct decisions, and which means that the positives that you're getting are actual benefits that you're going to enjoy, and the negatives that you're getting out of that decision are things that you can deal with. If you think of like every architecture decision in this way, then nothing is fucked. Then everything becomes a trade-off analysis. It's the same with database design. With SQL, your positives, your benefits are that it's a standard. Everyone knows it. It's going to be really easy to hire people to work on your projects, and there's a lot of tools out there that will help you develop your software if you're using SQL. But the negatives are that you cannot. It becomes a lot harder to optimize the model around what you need, which is the different trade-off would be if you use something like MongoDB or DynamoDB. The negative is that you have to invest a lot more time into figuring out what your data model should look like. But the positive is that you get great performance out of it. You get a great experience working on those apps. You pay a lot less, and you can scale a lot better, because NoSQL, if it doesn't have to do a lot of joins, if you're just talking to single documents, it can scale very quickly. And also like the latency is there, of course, because again, you're just talking to single documents, you're not talking to 10 different tables. That's going to be very, very quick. And the other thing with SQL is that SQL databases were always optimized for storage over computation. I guess not SQL specifically, but normalized data models, which is like, I guess, which we all do with SQL anyways. Those kind of data models are optimized for like eliminating redundancy, so that you use the least amount of storage space or disk space that's possible. And the trade-off there is that you spend a lot more time joining queries and like talking to multiple tables whenever you have any sort of a query that touches a lot of data. So you use less storage, but you use a lot more computation. Now guess which one got cheaper in the last 20 years? Did storage get cheaper, or did computation get cheaper in the last 20 years? What do you guys think? Is that sarcasm, Nexel? Storage, exactly, yeah. Storage has continued to get cheaper much faster than computation. Computation, like there was the Moore's law, which we kind of gave up on a decade ago or so. We stopped doubling the computation capacity of our processors very quickly. So faster computation is much more expensive, but storage is not. Storage just keeps getting cheaper and cheaper. So it's optimizing for storage over computation is not the correct thing anymore. We need to optimize for computation instead, which means we can have duplicate data. It's fine to have duplicate data as long as you can, you have ways to keep them in sync. And that's the entire point of NoSQL and eventual consistency, is that you have duplicate data. That's fine because storage is cheap. And the trade-off is that you're spending a lot less computer time, a lot less CPU time dealing with that data, especially when it comes to like responsiveness and latency. Out of context, that sounds like the hottest take. Yeah, but this take has existed for over a decade. Let me tell you where I got this take from. You'll enjoy this especially, Daniel. This is from more than 10 years ago. Martin Fowler talked about NoSQL. And this video was like mind-blowing to me because this is like over a decade ago, and this is something that was that so many people still seem to not get. I'm going to share this just because this is an awesome video. I don't think I'm going to watch this on stream. I have no idea if GoTo is going to like give me a strike. But yeah, if you don't understand NoSQL, go watch this video. Like, it's from more than 10 years ago. It's not due to eventual consistency, but eventual consistency is like one part of it. Can I ask something unrelated to this conversation? Yeah, please go ahead. Understand what you mean, particularly with duplicating data due to it's not due to eventual consistency. Eventual consistency is a side effect of duplicating data. So you're not duplicating data because eventual consistency. You have eventual consistency because you're duplicating data. Which also, you don't need to have eventual consistency. It's just a good idea. You can duplicate data and still do everything in a strongly consistent fashion if you want to. It's just not the best idea to do it. Thinking about, should I tweet this using a SaaS for everything just to keep your app serverless as Copium? Sure, yeah. I mean, that's a very similar, that's pretty similar to what I talked about in this video. The problem with serverless, in this video, I basically make the argument that the main problem with serverless is that you have to deal with all these different software as a service providers. That's not why people use SaaS for everything. Also true, yeah. Right, looks like we're just chatting now. I should bring this back up. Is there music? I don't hear it. I have monitor on, but do you guys hear music? Background music? It's so they can avoid 1 week learning AWS. Yeah. Yeah, Theo's approach is to serverless is the one that I have a problem with, which is that use Vercel, use PlanetScale, use Upstash, use Axiom, use like 5 different services for 5 different capabilities. That's the one that that's the exact thing that I talked about in the problem with serverless video. Like, that's not a good approach to serverless. The better approach is like at this point today, the best approach to serverless is infrastructure as code. So something like SST, something like flight control, something like Architect, something like should I say serverless.com, serverless framework? No, it's not the best approach anymore. Yeah, Nexel, if you need an AWS account, literally just DM someone, anyone. AWS accounts are very cheap. Bend over backwards to keep everything serverless, but I don't use too many pieces. Yeah. Most of the time, you just need Lambda and Dynamo. That's it. And API gateway, I guess. But if you use like a good infrastructure as code tool, you don't need anything else. If anything, you might need Event Bridge. But that's really it. API gateway, Lambda, Dynamo, and you're done. And if you have files and stuff, just put them on Cloudflare. Don't bother with S3 and CloudFront. If you have to do edge stuff, just go with Cloudflare. I use queues too. Yeah, yeah, you probably might. I don't know. What do you use queues for? If everything is a lambda, why do you need a queue? You don't have concurrency issues. Unless you're talking to a legacy system that cannot auto-scale. What exactly do you need a queue for? Ordering, I guess? If you want to do some things in a strict order? Is that it? There's a limit on how many lambdas you can run at the same time. I don't think that's... I mean, there is a limit, but you can configure it to go beyond that limit. And also that limit is so big that you're not likely to hit that limit anytime soon. Unless you're a Twitter. When I build my next project, I will try every AWS service ever, yeah. Issue is Lambda doesn't have real retry concept. Yeah, okay. So for retries and stuff, yeah, if something goes wrong, you might want to put something in a queue that that some other service can pick it up and try to retry what you just did. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, I need to turn that down. $1K concurrency is off limit, they can raise it. Yeah, they can raise the limit, and like 1000 is huge. $1K. Yeah, what is the kind of traffic that would lead you to have 1000 concurrent lambdas running? Like that's thousands and thousands of requests. It's like 100,000 requests per second. It's like, yeah, somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 requests per second. That might cause you to hit that 1000 concurrent lambdas limit. I cannot think of like any software beyond something like YouTube or Google or Twitter that hits that limit. I'll use whatever SSD support. SSD supports AWS. That's all it supports. Queues are good for a process that needs to be completed with multiple lambdas. For example, Kinesis. Is it Kinesis or Kinesis? Kinesis stream sends log files to a queue where it's picked up by lambdas. EventBridge had retries built in, then I'd never used a queue really. Wait, EventBridge? No, it doesn't support every AWS service. It supports all the serverless AWS service. So Lambda, Dynamo, API Gateway. Yeah, only a few specific good ones. That's right. Right now I put a queue between every EventBridge subscription so things don't get lost. Yeah, that's fair. I'm pretty sure they're working on it. They should be. I am going to be right back. Need to pee. Put this up. Do you guys hear the music, or because I don't in my feedback? back. Yeah, like most things, AWS has multiple ways to do WebSockets. API Gateway has WebSockets. IoT Core has WebSockets. Should be pushing the other thing with the terrible name. Yeah, the IoT Core. I actually am not fully sure what Ampt's Ampt only very recently released WebSockets. Not sure what they're built on top of. Because last time I asked them about it, they said that they're still like deciding what they're going to use. Is this IoT? No. Gateway? No. Okay, that they don't say here. What do you think is worse, price, service, and T3 deploy partners? I'm not sure. I only know a little bit about Vercel and Vercel, PlanetScale, and Clerix pricing. I don't know what the pricing for Upstash looks like, and I haven't really like built and deployed an application with the T3 deploy partner, so I don't really have a feel for what their pricing is like. Everyone googling for something is gonna get rid of the API gateway thing, yeah. Still mainly use EC2 DO servers for everything, for trying to feel outdated. Do you all have any? Yeah. SST is a pretty good choice if you want to move to something quote unquote modern. But it also depends on like what, it depends really on your use case. Like if you're using EC2 or DigitalOcean servers, that probably means you're building a monolithic applications. Or not monolithic, but you're building at least like long running processes. You're not building like ephemeral functions or like short-lived functions or short-lived containers. If you move to something like Lambdas, you also have to figure out the like you have to really like see if the current architecture of your systems, of your applications that you're building, if that can be deployed to a serverless platform or to a serverless infrastructure. I like the infra as code approach. There's a lot of different philosophies between different tools, though, so you need to try out a few. Yeah. Infra as code. Let me. So if you are going for infra as code, you have this option. You have this option. You have this option. You have this option. If you're doing server, I guess this is not really serverless. They're more focused on containers, so I'm going to get rid of that. But I think these three will be my go-to like recommendations in this order: SST, then Architect, then serverless framework. Can't wait to move SST off CDK. What are you moving to, Pulumi or Terraform? Pulumi is a good choice if you're going to like, if you need that level of control over your infrastructure, like if you need to configure everything, then you might want to go for Pulumi. 100% agree, infra as code approach, nice way, repeatable spinning, yeah. Had in mind, Tia speaks about his approach, where it seems like I guess what I had in mind was the way Theo speaks about his approach, where it seems like they have damn near everything as a Lambda. Yeah, you can have damn near everything as a Lambda, and these tools are pretty useful. Pulumi has a weaker ecosystem, and they have some flaws in their state engine. Okay, makes sense. As long as Terraform has good tooling, because it's a DSL, it's not code. You built a TypeScript layer over Terraform. Is this open source? Can we see that? What's the difference between the three? So the difference is that SST is, I mean, Architect is pretty old, and it's a DSL, so it's not technically code. It's more of a DSL, so you have a separate like .arc file. project manifest. Where is it? Quick start. So our architect is a lot more based around folder structure. So you have architect npm trends all time view. Interesting. Oops. I'm looking for npm trends. What is it? Architect. Wait, is that the that's npm init. Architect. Which one is it? There we go. Yeah, they're not heavily used, but it's pretty well maintained, I think. Serverless framework, yeah. So that's the difference, is that SST is much more heavily used and maintained compared to these two. Architect is a lot more like stable. They haven't gone through any changes. They are not used heavily, but it's still a decent option. Architect is mostly around folder structure. So you have an HTTP folder, and everything in here becomes an HTTP Lambda function. These become event subscription. These become queue subscriptions. These are scheduled, and tables. This is where you would put your data model. Yeah, serverless frameworks is definitely much bigger. It's just also not good. Because like anything that's YAML or YML, I don't like it. Like it's YAML, which is just an automatic no-go for me. One day it won't be. We're so close. What's SST? SST. Are you bigger than architect at least? Oh, nice. What happened here? What was this? What happened in February? I guess this is when you properly launched. Or at least V2. Is this V2? We changed package names. Oh, got it. What's the old package name then? Is it add SST or something? Oh, serverless stack. Okay. Yeah, this is V2. Oh, cool. Nice. They're always bigger. Nice. Let's check serverless. Oh yeah. There we go. So I guess if you just want something that's heavily used, you just use serverless. Yeah, I mean they capitalized really early on the name serverless. Like they became serverless.com, serverless Inc., and serverless framework. So they had the name recognition. That's great. Yeah, it was very confusing when I started. Like, is this an official thing, or like, is this what serverless is all about? This one framework thing? Why do you say the company is dead? Good question. Why is the company dead, Dax? Why do you hate this company so much? I guess the company being dead is probably one of the main reasons why there's so many that must be making money. No, they don't make money off their like open source project. They make money off of their other projects that you have to pay for. So they have a deployment option, and they have like a monitoring tool that you can buy. And I think that's mostly where they make their money. Launched a lot, failed products less than one. Yeah. There's probably like one of the main reasons why serverless cloud was spin off into its own company, into Ampt. I'm assuming that if serverless Inc. was a nice, if it was like as a company, if it was doing okay, they wouldn't have needed to spin it off into a new company. They clearly see the potential into where infrastructure from code can go, and they realize that, okay, they need this to be a new company. They cannot be tied to a company that's dying. How much do people pay for each download? Exactly. Can I trust SSD not to die? Absolutely not. You cannot trust anything to not die. Everything dies. Even you. Alright, my cat is... What's up? Come on. You wanna come up? Come on. Why are you running from me? Stop running. Okay, my cat is running from me. There we go. Say hi to Lulu. Hi. Wanna see there? Wanna look at that? The camera? There's the camera. I run a $63 DigitalOcean droplet running a single MySQL instance, not to mention the volume size. Yeah, that's probably going to be much cheaper if you just use PlanetScale. Yeah, $30 a month for something that makes 10K. Yeah, the mic is on the opposite side. You might be able to hear her. Otherwise, let me move it closer. Dax is so rich. Hey, the company's rich. But yeah, Dax is probably also rich. Also, if you think Dax is rich, wait till you meet Adam.dev. Alright, she's gone. Okay, she's still here. PlanetScale pricing is questionable. Is it? Why is PlanetScale's pricing questionable? Because it isn't pay as you go? She's rubbing on the mic. Alright, she's going to sit here now with her butt towards me. The cat's name is Lulu. And now she's gone. She's just going to be probably sitting there for a while. And now she'll come and annoy me again. You have to pay a base price. And now there's cat hair all over my desk. And on the mic. Wait, so how exactly is PlanetScale serverless if there's a base price? If it isn't pay as you go, what makes PlanetScale serverless? I'm still trying to understand why, like how PlanetScale is able to take a SQL database and make it serverless. To pay $600 for 100 gigabytes, which I don't know if I could bring that. I'll take $63 a month for DigitalOcean droplet. Wait, do you have 100 gigabytes of data, Daniel? Can your $63 a month DigitalOcean droplet store 100 gigs? 80, okay. Yeah, I mean, with PlanetScale, you're not just paying for the 100 gigs, right? You're also paying for all the DX that comes with it, all the scalability that comes with it. Like, sure, you have 80 gigs of data, but how much traffic do you have? Can that server handle all that traffic? Yeah, MySQL isn't truly serverless. Most SQL databases are not, because you cannot really make it serverless. You cannot make it like, you cannot scale it horizontally like you can with lambdas, or like you can with NoSQL databases. Because with NoSQL, if you're talking to individual documents, it doesn't matter where those documents are. Like, which, if you have a bunch of different horizontal shards, it doesn't matter which shard or which partition your document is in, because you're just talking to a single document. You're not connecting lots of different rows as you would be in a SQL database. So you cannot really make it serverless. Your app that makes 10K a month has 2 customers. Who are the customers? That's the important question. CockroachDB, yeah, that's another option. That's NDA info. All right. I think we had a fun stream. I'm probably going to end it here, and I'll try to find out some time to stream and continue the Serverlesspresso project. But yeah, Dax, before you joined, we were building Serverlesspresso with Ampt and Nextjs. I'll answer if you invest. How much do I have to? Can I invest $20? Who should we raid? Who do you guys want to raid? How was Ampt so far? It was pretty good. I ran into some issues with CORS. Ampt doesn't have any documentation on how to enable CORS, because I'm trying to hit my Ampt APIs from an external front end, not from my front end is not being deployed to Ampt. I'm deploying it separately because I want to switch out implementations of the front end and the back end. So I ran into some CORS issues. Wasn't sure how to fix them, so I ended up removing Ampt's API implementation and using Express instead. Which, like, Ampt's own API implementation is a little bit like, it's experimental, so it's fine. But yeah, other than that CORS issue really took like the longest time. Other than that, it was pretty slick. Let me actually do a quick, before we end, let's do a quick recap of where we are. So I have, let me open my console here. What's this? Yeah. He's right. It's currently in private beta. Okay, this is my project. So I put this link. This is my development environment. I put this link in the chat, and then yeah, you should try to ratio him for sure. I'm actually going to remove this like so that you can ratio him. Go ahead. We have 7 people here. We'll help you ratio. Yeah, I put this link in the chat here, and then some of the people in the chat started trying to stress test my development environment. So that's how we ended up here. But this is their data explorer. This is their key value stuff. So we have the store open, which is what I'm using to keep track of whether the Serverlesspresso store is open or not. And this is just what my basic order looks like. I also did a little bit of event storming to kind of figure out my workflow here. This is very basic. I'm probably going to expand on it a lot more once I have more orders, once we have more features, things like that. Yes, event storming, go, go, go. this is what we are trying to build right now. Once this is built, we'll see what else we can add in here. There's a lot of stuff we can add for sure. I don't have the QR code set up that Serverlesspresso has. We don't have any like WebSocket stuff in here. We might want to have that too. Like some of these should be WebSockets. This one and this one. This one is probably WebSocket. And yeah, let's see what your tweet is. Go like this. If this is a failed ratio, I'm going to be very sad. Yeah, I think Ampt is pretty cool so far, but I also didn't get to use it too much. I think once we start doing some actual event-driven stuff, that's when I'm actually going to see. That's when we are actually going to see like how much Ampt is helping. Cool. What is Serverlesspresso? Serverlesspresso is something that AWS built for to showcase how you can build a proper production-grade application using completely using serverless technologies. Did you say you'll be doing event sourcing? No, event storming. Event sourcing, I might. I don't know. I might end up doing event sourcing. Likely not. Let's see. If there's a good enough case for it, I might. Liked it with 4 Twitter accounts. Awesome. Yes, yeah, so Serverlesspresso, AWS built it as a showcase of how you would build a production-grade application with AWS serverless tools, all of them. It has like all the it has use cases for all the capabilities. So event-driven, schedule tasks, queues, and everything, orchestration, choreography. It has all the good stuff. So I am repurposing that concept of Serverlesspresso to see how you would build applications with these other tools, like Ampt, like Clotho, like Winglang, like Nitric, and maybe even with things like Architect and SST. That's the idea behind Serverlesspresso. We'll also check Brainboard. What is Brainboard? Is it a way to deploy multi-cloud? Standardized IAC. Interesting. It doesn't look like serverless focused. I want to focus on serverless. Visual diagramming as code. Yeah, visual stuff. I don't know if I like visual diagramming or like visual programming stuff. Wire Terraform. Yeah, this is Brainboard is not what I'm going. It's called all serverless. Okay, I'll take a look at this. Thanks. I'll bookmark it. I'll take a look at that too. Thank you very much. Let's figure out who we are going to raid. You can drag and drop services. That's nice. Who do you guys want to raid? Big A is live. Tawny is live. Griffing and Chill. These. Alright, let's go raid Tawny in that case. Raid channel. There we go. There's no one on YouTube, so I guess there's one person on YouTube. Whoops. I'm going to just copy the link. If you're on YouTube, go and raid this channel. And I'm going to end the stream. Thank you everyone for showing up. I'll try to like do my next stream relatively soon so that we can keep this Serverlesspresso thing going. Yeah, it was fun. Peace. Bye bye.